All governments must play a leadership role in keeping these vital trade networks open for the thousands of agriculture businesses and workers who depend on them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Peace River.
Mr. Westlaw.
Go ahead, Westlaw.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am presenting a petition from Canadians from across the country who are opposed to and want to end the COVID-19 mandates. The petitioners state that throughout the pandemic, truckers have served Canadians and are heroes, but now they are subject to a vaccine mandate impacting the supply chain. They say that the Prime Minister has politicized the vaccine and insulted Canadians who disagree with him. Moreover, petitioners comment that it's the sacred duty of the Government of Canada to guard against discrimination and guarantee the freedom of all Canadians. The petitioners are calling on this House to immediately end all COVID vaccine mandates implemented by the federal government, regulating employees, truckers, and travelers. They're calling to an end to all COVID mandates and restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Amen.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'm honoured to present a petition on behalf of many Canadians, and in particular many Afghan Canadians who are deeply concerned that the Government of Canada has failed to meet its obligations to the people of Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, today marks 6 months since Kabul fell, 6 months that Afghans have struggled under a brutal Taliban regime. Mr. Speaker, the signatories to this petition call upon the Government of Canada to do more to resettle the promised 40,000 Afghan refugees. They urge the government to work with the Afghan Canadian community to increase resettlement, to remove barriers, and to increase channels for Afghans to come to Canada. Canada must act urgently. 6 months is too long, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on the day the Prime Minister called a federal election, Afghanistan's capital fell to the Taliban. In the chaos of that evacuation, many of our brave Afghan allies were left behind. My constituents call on the Government of Canada to partner with the Veterans Transition Network and others to launch an immediate evacuation effort of our remaining allies left in Afghanistan and to safeguard them from Taliban retribution. The second petition I'm presenting today is from Canadians who also hold citizenship in the UK. Approximately 127,000 Canadians receive state pensions from the United Kingdom, while British expats living in some countries, notably the United States, receive annual inflationary increases. The pensions of those residing in Canada are frozen. My constituents are calling on the Government of Canada to ensure any future trade agreement between Canada and the UK includes a provision to unfreeze the pensions of British expats living in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you. I'm proud to rise today to present a petition on behalf of my constituents from Kelowna Lake Country, including many who are employed by our largest private sector employer, KF Aerospace. And petitioners state that the Okanagan Rail Trail serves as an important recreation and commuter path for pedestrians and cyclists across the region. 7 kilometers of the trail remaining incomplete poses a safety risk as users have no option other than to divert onto a busy highway. And to summarize, the completion of the Okanagan Rail Trail will be an important link to provide a more healthy activity space for residents and visitors in the Okanagan. And the petitioners are calling on the federal government to expeditiously complete the federal commitments to the Okanagan Indian Band and Duck Lake 1R number 7 or IR number 7 to complete the Okanagan Rail Trail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, présentation de pétition. I just want to remind the honourable members that in presenting petitions, they're allowed to rise once, and they can present all their petitions at once, but they're not allowed to get up multiple times to present petitions. I just wanted to point that out to members. So seeing no more. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. We have Mr.
Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable. I'm sorry? Oh. I'm sorry, on a what? Oh, sorry, yes. Orders of the day. Now the government House Leader.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, this is the moment that I was seeking to rise. I was just enthusiastic to stand and ask Mr. Speaker that in relation to the consideration of government business number 7, I move, seconded by the Minister for Seniors, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Kara, moved that the debate be not further adjourned. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to standing orders, there is now a question period of 30 minutes.
Who wish to ask questions to rise in their place or use the raised hand function so that the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the period question. Okay, it looks like there's going to be a few, so I would encourage members to be as brief as possible, or concise, not brief, so that we can get as many members in. Very good. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, it's disconcerting to see the government again moving to shut down debate in this House. I thought we were being very reasonable when we moved this very reasonable amendment to just have a little bit more transparency and accountability at a parliamentary committee of the House so that we could consider this issue. This happened, for 21 months, seniors have been dealing with this problem. There are 204,000 Canadians affected by this. All we were asking for is to be able to look at the details. And I'd ask the government, what is the rush now to try to ram this through the House and try to get their way without having our side get a chance to at least look at the details and question the minister? Because the Senate is not going to consider this. They're not sitting right now. So that other place isn't able to consider this bill even if we rush it through. So what is the harm in just a little bit more consideration, a little bit more introspection? Can't we all do a little bit better on this one?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all agree that why the passage of this bill is so important and we need to get it as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, we know how difficult this pandemic has been for those most vulnerable. This bill is short, concise, and clear. What C-12 does, it would exempt pandemic relief benefits from the calculation of GIS or allowance benefits in July 2022, so that seniors that took pandemic benefits last year have that security and surety that their GIS will not be impacted. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this bill is the exact product of much collaboration between parliamentarians and parties already. I have spoken to all my critics who agree why we need to move forward on this quickly, and I hope we do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's somewhat paradoxical. There are changes for retirees that will take effect as of June. We want this to be moved forward as quickly as possible, and we want to be convinced of this. So it's because of the slow decision to change the parameters for seniors only receiving repayments in June. Well, we're asking why so late. They're saying we don't have time to talk about this. We have to do this as quickly as possible. So then they gag the opposition to say we're doing things quickly, and things won't change until June anyway. Nothing will change. We need to understand why this delay, even though many seniors are still waiting. They need these funds to live decently, to buy food. So why are we gagging the opposition? And the opposition agreed to do everything this week. And we could have talked about it at committee. That's unacceptable.
Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all members agree with the need to move quickly on this. I've personally had conversations with members from all parties on this. I know we all agree and understand why this is urgent. I certainly have shared their concerns, certainly on the one-time payment as well. And I can tell you, when I got appointed to this role, we moved very quickly, worked with officials and the Minister of Finance to make a major investment in the financial and economic update. And as the honourable member knows, we announced yesterday, well, we will be moving forward with that 2 weeks earlier in April, and those in dire needs will have an opportunity to work with. I'll have an opportunity to work with parliamentarians to get that support even sooner and earlier in March. But let me bring you back, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, back to this particular bill to ensure that this doesn't happen again. This is what Bill C-12 is about, and I really hope we can put aside partisanship just for 1 second and ensure those most vulnerable seniors have that security moving forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just have to ask, I mean, this is very similar to other questions that have been asked in this House today, but why did it take the government so long? What do I say to the seniors in my riding who raised this with us in August? I know the NDP brought this to the minister in August. In August, the government knew that they had made a mistake, that there was serious problems. My staff has had to deal with seniors who have lost their homes, who no longer can pay for their medication, who, are at risk of losing their lives because of the government's mismanage of this. And so to say that they are acting with speed, that they are acting as fast as they can, just seems so incorrect. We brought this to the government in August. Why did it take so long? Why are we sitting here in February dealing with this now?
Minister of Seniors, for Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just first assure the honourable member the day that I got appointed was the day we started moving actually very quickly on this. We worked extremely hard and quickly with our officials and, of course, the Minister of Finance to move quickly on put forward a significant investment, a major significant investment in the fall in the fiscal update. And, of course, as I shared with the honourable member that we are making this investment, it will be delivered actually ahead of schedule as soon as possible on April 19th. And Service Canada will have an opportunity to work with members of Parliament to help constituents in dire need to get that support even sooner. But let me again point to the urgency of this particular bill. C-12 focuses on making sure that this issue does not happen again. And I hope the honourable members, we can all work together. Madam Speaker, we disagree on many things in this House, but I think we have an opportunity to showcase to Canadians how we can work together, move this quickly to ensure those most vulnerable seniors have the support moving forward as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, back in December 16th.
Address the questions and comments directly to the Speaker, through the Speaker, and not to the Minister. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On December 16th, I remember you received the Minister received her mandate letter, and I remember thinking it was a very aggressive mandate letter, and the Minister said to me, I'm going to accomplish this, and I was like, wow, there's an awful lot to accomplish here, and I have to say, Minister, the Minister has accomplished a great deal in a very, very short period of time. Now, some members are suggesting that they want time to study this at committee. Minister, this is a 5-line bill that is very, very simple and speaks to exactly what has been asked by all opposition parties in the House. Maybe, Minister, you could just outline just how little is actually in this bill and why this is something that doesn't necessarily need to be studied.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been around for some time, and he knows that he's not to address the questions directly to the Minister. The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just say, and I want to thank the honourable member for his, certainly all his work and hard work on this file as well, and the work that we've been able to do indeed with all parliamentarians to move very quickly. When it comes to Bill C-12, Madam Speaker, it is a very short, concise, and clear bill. And what this bill does, it would exempt pandemic relief benefits from the calculation of GIS or allowance benefits, so that C seniors that took pandemic benefits last year will have the security and the surety that their GIS will not be impacted. It is a short bill, and indeed, Madam Speaker, it is in collaboration with all parties. And I've spoken personally with all my critics on this from different parties. They all agree and know the urgency in moving forward, and that's exactly what we're doing. I was at committee yesterday, Madam Speaker, and we spent a fair amount of time speaking specifically on this, but I look forward to getting this and certainly answering their questions to make sure that we can move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am very disheartened to see that the Liberals are continually trying to avoid parliamentary process. The Conservatives brought a reasoned amendment that said, look, we recognize that this is an important issue and we would be willing to amend it at committee, but I have been calling for a resolution since March of 2021. And so the government knows the bank accounts of the people that got GIS. They know the bank accounts of the people that got CERB. They can certainly put the money in their account and reconcile it later, like they've done for 800,000 people that received benefits illegally and the people that lived in foreign countries that received benefits. And it's ridiculous that when they're not going to pay it out till June of 2022, that they would be forcing this Parliament to avoid due process once again. Can the minister tell me why?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Madam Speaker, I want to first correct it for the record because the member is talking about two different things. The folks that took pandemic benefits in 2020, that is exactly what in 2021, as you know, Madam Speaker, in the financial and economic update, we put in a major investment to make sure that we can fully compensate those seniors. And that's exactly what we're doing. In fact, we're moving forward on it as we speak, and as I announced yesterday. But what C12, Madam Speaker, is about is to ensure that this does not happen again. And that's exactly why I'm moving quickly on this. I have spoken with all members, all the senior critics in all different parties. They know the urgency of this. Madam Speaker, it is important to remember, again, this is a very short, simple, clear bill. We've held all MP briefings on this bill in both English and French. Of course, I've had discussions. I was at committee yesterday, spoke quite a length about this particular issue. We can spend time spending things on issues that we disagree with and on the approach, but this is something that we all agree on, Madam Speaker. Seniors are worried. They deserve us putting aside our differences and focusing on taking away their worry for their GIS reductions moving forward. And I hope that we can work on this and move quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The urgency of this bill is not debatable. It's been months since 2021, in fact, since all parties notified the government of this problem for seniors. So we understand the urgency, and we were told that there were computer problems that might make it hard to go any faster, and so that refunds or assistance might not be available until April at the earliest. But where this really hurts is when it comes to the muzzle order, the gag order here, the closure motion. Even without closure, this bill would have passed swiftly. So why put a gag on democracy? Why be so hasty? The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the honourable member answered herself in the same question that she asked. It is around moving forward quickly to make sure that seniors have the security and surety moving forward. We've been very clear and transparent, Madam Speaker, with members in this House on this matter. I appeared before the committee yesterday, along with my officials, laid out why this bill needs to be passed in the upcoming weeks in order to make sure we get the best outcome for seniors. We, of course, began working extremely hard and very quickly quickly on this issue. As soon as I was appointed, officials have made, huge strides in our ability to solve these financial challenges for seniors in an evidence way, Madam Speaker. We cannot risk not delivering for seniors by playing politics, and I really hope that we can put that aside and move forward very quickly to ensure that those most vulnerable seniors have the support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her comments. In this corner of the House, we see the NDP MPs as the effective opposition, and so we pushed for C12 and certainly support these absolutely important measures that need to be put into place. But that is not sufficient in itself, Madam Speaker. And before the vote, I would like the Minister to confirm that the government has accepted the two key NDP demands. First, that the clawback be completely repaid to the nearly 200,000 Canadian seniors that need to have it by mid-April. And secondly, that the government is putting into place an emergency lane for seniors that are in great difficulty so that by mid-March they will actually get a lump sum payment that allows them to pay the rent until we actually get to that full reimbursement in mid-April. Can the Minister confirm that the government has accepted those two key and important NDP demands on behalf of Canadian seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to take an opportunity to thank certainly the NDP, but indeed all members that have raised this issue and certainly have spoken to me directly. And I think this is a real opportunity for all of us to show to Canadians how a minority parliament can actually work. And, Madam Speaker, as you know, there's a lot of things that we can disagree on this House on fundamental issues. This is something we all agree on, and the urgency to get that as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, when I got appointment, we worked very quickly with our officials and, of course, the Minister of Finance to put in a major investment to move very quickly. And, of course, as the honourable member very well knows, we're making this major one-time investments through a one-time payment for seniors whose benefits were affected in 2020. I also shared yesterday with the honourable member that we will be delivering ahead of schedule as soon as possible on April 19th. And, of course, Service Canada will be working with the members of Parliament to help constituents in dire need to get that support even sooner in March, Madam Speaker. But I would note back to, this particular bill C12. It focuses on making sure that this issue does not occur again. And I hope the honourable members and indeed all members will move very quickly to make sure that we get this and have put it in place to make sure the seniors are not impacted this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions, comments? C'est-tu un point d'ordre ou c'est une question?
Is this a point of order or a question or comment? Okay.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable minister for her work on this file and in the agreement in this House of Commons. But I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if we didn't acknowledge the fact that we're only here today, we're only debating a motion of closure because this government screwed up. Yep. Because this government didn't allow for the due process of committee. Because we rushed through legislation and now we're having to make up for the mistakes of this government to protect seniors. So will this member acknowledge that we're here today because the government screwed up and they tried to do too much too quickly while restraining the rights and duties of parliamentarians to effectively review parliamentary legislation in a parliamentary committee? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Failure. The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Madam Speaker, unlike the party opposite, let me remind the honourable member that we moved very quickly on providing students, for workers, for businesses during this unprecedented time. It called for unprecedented measures to put in place. And of course, we moved very quickly to make sure, as Canadians had the support that they needed at that time, Madam Speaker. And let me also remind the honourable member that from the very beginning, our party has always been to support those most vulnerable seniors. We worked extremely hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including the guaranteed income supplement. That has helped over 900,000 low-income seniors. Let me also remind the honourable member that we actually restored the age of eligibility for seniors back to 65, which, by the way, the Conservatives wanted to move to 67, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to make sure we support seniors, and that's exactly what C12 is doing. And I really hope we can put aside our partisanship and move quickly to move this forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was to hear what the minister said very transparently, that she was waiting for something from the NDP before deciding to move forward on this to help seniors who've been unfairly cut off from their benefits. Is the minister saying today that if there hadn't been an agreement with the NDP, if the NDP had stuck to its roots and refused this closure motion, was this horse trading over vulnerable seniors? The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Madam Speaker, from the very beginning, we have been moving very quickly on this issue. As the member very well knows that since I was appointed to this role, Madam Speaker, we worked extremely hard with our officials, extremely hard with the Ministry of Finance to put a major investment in the fiscal update. And of course, we're moving very quickly on the fact to ensure that those seniors have all the support that they need. But let me also remind the honourable member, C12 is about in ensuring that this doesn't happen again. And that's exactly, Madam Speaker, the bloc certainly knows, I've certainly worked with the critic of the bloc and making sure that we move this quickly. They've all agreed with this. And I really hope that we can really move forward to ensure that seniors have the support moving forward. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It really concerns me that the minister is talking about how quickly they got this done. And I just want to give a shout out to my colleague from North Island, Powell River, and all the work that she did pushing this government to speed up. I know that it actually hasn't gone quick. And in fact, we know the impacts of the clawbacks on poor working seniors has been devastating. I know seniors in my riding who literally lost their home, went from income supplements from $600 to $60, who were also supporting their kids. Not only did our party push for justice for seniors, we also continue to push for a guaranteed livable income for seniors. Where is this government on that? Why are we not providing seniors what they need to thrive, not just survive, and not even enough to survive? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Madam Speaker, our government's priority has always been there to support those most vulnerable seniors, Madam Speaker. Let me remind the honourable member that one of the very first things that we did as a government was to restore the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS back to 65. We then moved forward and actually increased the guaranteed income supplement. That has helped over 900,000 low-income single seniors, Madam Speaker. That has actually lifted 45,000 seniors out of poverty, Madam Speaker. Of course, we have an ambitious agenda for seniors. As the honourable member may know, it is in my mandate letter to make sure we continue to move forward. This summer, we are going to be increasing the OAS for those 10%, for those 75 and older by 10%, Madam Speaker. In my mandate letter, I have a commitment to increase the guaranteed income supplement by $500 for single seniors and $750 for a couple. We have an ambitious agenda, and I really hope that we can really work together if that's what we're talking about. And I think we have a real opportunity to do just that, and I hope we can move forward to make sure that those seniors have the supports that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Economic Development, Economic and Rural Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit ironic what we're hearing today, the Conservatives lecturing us on not moving fast enough, and yet they're the ones who wanted to push back eligibility from 65 to 67. Madam Speaker, I'd like the Minister to speak to us today about the importance of cooperation among all parties in the House to help people, to send a clear message to seniors that we support them and that we want to quickly take action to help them. Can the Minister speak to us about the need for that cooperation here in the House? Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Absolutely. And I want to thank my honorable colleague for his question, but let me also thank him for the excellent work that he did when he was a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Seniors in the previous government, in the previous mandate. And he certainly has done quite a lot of work. And as the honorable member, I think, rightfully said, I think this is a real opportunity for all of us to work together to ensure the seniors are supported. Member certainly will know that I've had, conversations, of course, with all different parties to ensure that we can move quickly on this. They all agree with the fact that this is a very simple fix, but significant, quick, but a very significant fix to ensure that seniors have that, certainly that security and that surety. And I really hope we can put aside our partisanship for this and move forward to help those seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to remind the Minister that it's the official opposition Conservatives that have been calling for this for many, many months, and it was even in our election platform. And even the government's coalition partner, NDP, have been asking for this too. And I heard just a few moments ago the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary both talking about the previous, when they were first appointed, they started working very hard, which I believe is to imply the previous minister wasn't working and wasn't doing as much as they should have. And so I just wonder if the minister could comment on some of the mistakes that were made by the previous minister and the things that she's doing to correct that. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I always find it rich when I see the Conservative opposition members talk about this, because it was actually under their government and when they were in government that they wanted to move forward, that their age of they wanted to increase the age of retirement to 67. Madam, one of the very first things that we did as a government, we actually restored that age back to 65. We moved very quickly on enhancing the guaranteed income supplement, but by the way...
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, we're debating in this House the closure of a bill. We're debating whether we're going to move forward with this legislation or not, yet the minister, in all of her responses, continually refers to a policy decision made over 6 years ago.
That's debate, and that is not a point of order. And I would remind members, if they're not speaking right now, that they should have their masks on if they're not having the floor to speak while they're in the House. The honourable minister, if she could wrap up, I have other questions. Other individuals that want to ask questions?
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. I will perhaps just go back to the point, the fact that Bill C-12 is a very short, simple, and clear bill, something that we can all agree with. And Madam Speaker, there are many things that we disagree with in this place, but I really think we have an opportunity to showcase to Canadians, indeed all, showcase to indeed all Canadians and seniors that, this is a very significant fix for those most vulnerable, and we can work together to make sure we fix that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear someone else talking. Oh, there. That's better. Look, the debate is on closure, which should be an exceptional step, especially when we have an important debate like this. We're being urged to cooperate here. We're being told this is urgent. But the government had to be dragged backwards into this, into taking action to fix this problem. So I'd like to know from the minister, what's her definition of urgency? Waiting until past the last minute to urge us to be cooperative? Or would it be better to act proactively? I'd like to remind the honourable member that her comments should be addressed through the chair and not directly to the minister, the honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this C-12 is exactly that. It is a proactive measure to ensure that seniors that took pandemic benefits last year are not impacted by any reduction or affected by their GIS in their income tax. Madam Speaker, I would also say, I appeared at committee yesterday on my mandate letter and spoke on this very issue a number of times, and the member opposite had the opportunity to certainly ask me those questions. I was available to all committee members to speak about this issue. Is it included in my mandate letter? The motion, Madam Speaker, is to expedite this matter, reflects certainly both the urgent nature of this bill to support most in needs and the ongoing collaboration and agreements certainly between all parties on this, as well as the simplicity on the policy content, Madam Speaker. Nothing about this pandemic has been normal, and I argue that therefore neither should this be. I really hope we can really move forward to make sure those most vulnerable have the support moving forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, the sense of urgency is so real. These are the lowest income seniors in our country who've been clawed back through a failure from this Liberal government. Now, as New Democrats, we're here to get help for seniors now. And I want to give a shout out to my colleague, the MP from North Island, Powell River, for being vigilant and pressing this government to fix this problem. Madam Speaker, we're here to help Canadians and seniors right now. We've been fighting this fight since the get-go. We want some certainty from this government, from this minister, that she's going to roll out immediate supports for those that need help now, in March, Madam Speaker, just weeks away from here. In April, all of the clawback will be repaid to those folks, those seniors that are struggling right now. And Madam Speaker, will she listen to the New Democrats calling for a guaranteed livable basic income brought forward by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, so that no seniors are living in poverty, Madam Speaker? And I hope the minister will really listen to the New Democrat proposal to do that, because we should all agree in this House that no seniors, no people living with disabilities should be living below the poverty line, and they need a guaranteed livable annual income.
Minister of Seniors.
Madam Speaker, our government's priority has been there to support seniors, particularly those most vulnerable seniors. And we worked extremely hard to strengthen income security for them, certainly by increasing the GIS, which has helped over 900,000 low-income single seniors. It has actually lifted 45,000 seniors out of poverty, Madam Speaker. During this pandemic, as you know, Madam Speaker, we know how quickly we were able to provide direct and immediate support to seniors. And when it comes to supporting seniors, we've done a number of things, whether it was restoring the age of eligibility back to 65, enhancing the OAS or the GIS, enhancing the CPP, making significant investments in community services and home care. For affected seniors, of course, with the 2020 GIS reduction, we moved very quickly through the one-time payment, which I announced yesterday. We're going to be able to get it ahead of schedule, and of course, even quicker for those dire needs. But Madam Speaker, what Bill C-12 is about, it's going to exclude any pandemic benefits moving forward for the purposes of calculating their GIS moving forward. We have an opportunity to work together to showcase to Canadians how this place can work in collaboration and help those most vulnerable. And I really hope the member opposite and indeed all members will help us move quickly to make sure those seniors are helped. Thank you.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant les délibérations et de mettre aux voix la motion dont la Chambre.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows.
Kira, move that in relation to the consideration of government business number 7, the debate not be further adjourned. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire de
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Our Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded vote, please.
Okay, call in the members.
La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Kara, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 7, the debate be further adjourned. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated and will now proceed to voting for members participating in person.
Mr. Holland. Monsieur Guilbeault. Monsieur Garneau. Madame Saint-Onge. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Madame Bendayan. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Kuzmayarchuk. Mr. Biddle. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Fragiscados. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. Sobara. Mr. Baker. Ms. Yip. Mrs. Atwin. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Julian. Ms. Blaney. Mr. Johns. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Barron. Mr. Bachrach. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Bergen. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Nader. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Viersen. Ms. Rempel-Garner. Mr. Moore. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Commitch. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Upal. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Zimmer. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Caputo. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Viss. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rood. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Goodridge. Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McGuire. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Cooper. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Motts. Mr. Davidson. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Currick. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Brock. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Muse. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tolney. Mr. Williams. Monsieur Terrien. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Simard.
The House will now wait for the end of the electric voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
difficulties. They may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Lalonde.
Bonjour, j'aimerais juste...
I'd just like to confirm that my vote was yes. Yes, we have that.
Mr. Sidhu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to confirm if my vote was a yes. I got an error in the app.
Yes, it was recorded as yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voting app did not work for me, but I would like to confirm that my vote is in favor.
No vote. If I can ask for, it was in favor? One moment, if I can ask. I'm just going to turn this off. Whoops. Okay, very good. Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The camera would not activate on the app on my phones, but I vote nay, opposed.
Mr. Arnold, against, contre.
Monsieur Perron.
Oui.
Good morning. I voted with the app, and the app gave me a message that said that I needed to do something. I just wanted to ensure that my vote was registered. We have your vote. Thank you.
Lièvre.
I vote no.
Against, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 182, 182. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare this motion carried.
Be resuming debate.
I'm sorry?
Resuming debate.
Okay. Oh, Minister Hussein, or Mr. Hussein, you have a point of order, or?
Mr. Speaker, I had technical issues. My voting app did not work, and I wanted to register my vote as yay.
Did he get a chance to vote? Mr. Hussein, I'm afraid, or Minister Hussein, I'm afraid your hand went up after the vote was compiled, and it's too late that your vote cannot be counted. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Oh, sorry. Order. I'm sorry. One moment, I'm going to have to just orders of the day.
Ordre amendement du gouvernement to resume consideration of government business number 7 on proceedings on Bill C-12 and on the amendment of Ms. Cramp-Nina.
Now we can go to the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
And I got more applause this time, so we should do this more often. I'm just going to say, is it something I said? Because the government moved to shut down debate on this bill, and I only had 2 minutes last Friday. I know I didn't have a Yiddish proverb ready to go then, and that must be why. That must be why we must rush this bill through the House now. I do have a Yiddish proverb today, though, just to show that I'm not angry and I don't hold things personally. I'm told there's someone named Trevor on the opposite side who loves the Yiddish proverbs, and I was going to say that anger is like a thorn in the heart. So I'm not angry. I don't want, for the next 18 minutes to be angry at the government benches for having shut down debate on this bill, on our amendment that I think was very, very reasonable to the programming motion that they had moved forward. When I briefly spoke on this bill last sitting, we were considering it, so last week, I had mentioned this is a big issue in my riding. 204,000 seniors all across Canada are affected by these rule changes, obviously to their detriment. It impacts their financial situation, and many of them are in dire straits because they are on a fixed income. And we've seen the cost of living explode. It's very difficult for seniors on a fixed income to make ends meet, especially when the government has programs that don't address their concerns that, 21 months ago, when this was identified as an issue, the government dragged its feet. So it's taken all of this time to get to the point where there's now a fix in place for something that the government had introduced, and now we're being told we have to rush it through the House without even having the minister before a committee so we can discuss the contents of the bill. So I want to draw attention to a few things that the minister actually said during the debate that we just had on whether we should proceed without adjourning debate. So, shutting down debate, in French we call it un baillon, on the proceedings of the House in the consideration of the matter before us, which is this GIS change. And the minister had said that this is a simple bill, that this is a simple fix. Well, that's great. Well, why don't you come to committee then to address it? That would be my response directly to the minister, because our amendment that we put forward from the member for Cumberland Colchester was that we would consider this thing and make sure that the minister would have the rest of the time until 11 p.m. She would have to defend it before a committee, and we could actually go into the details. And I think it's a huge benefit. There are many members of the House of Commons for whom this is, their first time here. Some others have been here several parliaments now. And I think many will say that the work we do at the committee level is valuable. It teaches us how actual government services work, the actual operations of government, the mechanics of how things are done. I found several times it's actually been useful when I go back to my constituency when I'm trying to solve a constituent's problem. I then have those details in mind. I actually have met the person responsible for the program, or I've met the deputy minister who is responsible for administering the program, and there's a touch point there that we can lean on in order to get more information, and we can use that knowledge to help our constituents on case files. And I'd say in my constituency office, apart from immigration case files, that seniors issues are probably top 2, top 3 in the order and the ranking of how often per week do I have to look at case files that are being managed by my constituency. So I think what we were proposing here was just very reasonable amendments to have greater accountability, greater transparency, an opportunity for members of the opposition to ask a minister questions. And I don't know why this government doesn't like this. I don't know why during this whole pandemic we've seen at every juncture, at every opportunity, they've tried to avoid as much as possible having any type of ministerial accountability for the legislation that they're putting forward. We've seen this with many of the pandemic bills that they put forward. They tried to rush them in a few days. We met in committee of the whole at different times. And while we had, maybe longer question periods, at the end of those typical days, legislation would be passed. We would ask very technical questions. There would be no response. There would sometimes just be talking points or a promise that things would work out later on. And time again, we've seen it hasn't worked out. If you just look at the Public Accounts of Canada reporting on how different funds have been spent, if you look at the different Auditor General performance reports on some of the programs that were used during the pandemic, time and time again, we see things have not gone according to plan. The criteria wasn't followed. People got different types of benefit programs they were not eligible for. And here we have a situation where it's the opposite side. Here we have a situation where the government wanted to help seniors, wanted to provide them extra additional support, wanted to assure that they were looked after, and they failed to meet that, even though they were warned by opposition parties at the time and by stakeholder organizations that there was a problem in the way they were approaching the legislations and the regulations. So it's not as if they weren't warned at the time. And what we're talking about here, by the government's own 2021 economic fall statement and the fiscal update, is $742.4 million that's been allocated to this. So I would say to my constituents, this isn't chump change. This is quite a bit of money. $750 million is an incredible amount of money to be trying to rush through the House in order to patch a mistake that the government made. And like I said, I'm not angry that, personally angry that debate was shut down. Again, like I say, it's probably something I said, hopefully not. But I marvel at the fact that the minister can say that she appeared before the committee to talk about her mandate letter, but then she won't come to committee to talk about $750 million of spending that her department will be responsible for doing, or at least as part of her mandate letter, the actual execution of the mandate letter. She wouldn't be willing to come and speak to the committee and answer the questions from parliamentarians. I think it's perfectly reasonable. We see this in question period. That's a much shorter period. And in committee is where you really get to go down and drill into the details, get down deep into how the departments actually function, on which dates people will be paid, what are the mechanics, how are you going to ensure that people don't get missed, what happens to those single seniors perhaps between 60 and 64, how will they be treated in the system. Time and again I've had constituents come to my office who fall through the cracks. I think all of us in this house have this experience. People don't come to their MP office if it's a simple solution, because there's so much information available online. They lean on their kids to help them out. If they're a senior who's not comfortable using the internet, I find a lot of people are very comfortable doing it, but they come to us because they've fallen through the cracks. It's like a layer upon layer of government programs, and they just happen to be in a very unique situation. There are life circumstances that get involved, and every single time it's not something you can resolve in an hour. It's like a multi-day affair where basically the MP office becomes like an ombudsman's office, essentially. You're trying to touch base with every single department to try and sort out their problem. And sometimes the constituent, well-meaning, has made mistakes on the file. But in this situation right here, we have an opportunity to just get it right and make sure that there isn't this clawback, that we set things right into the future. We support it. That's what we've said all along. We just want that extra bit of accountability and transparency from a minister so that we can actually do the right thing from the beginning and get those details. There's often, again, been times where I actually went back to a parliamentary committee transcript to read through the questions that have been asked when I know that there's technical civil servants at table being asked very technical questions, to rely on the information they're provided so I can then pass that on to a constituent who is interested on a particular issue. I remember being at the OGO committee, which is the Government Operations Parliamentary Committee of this House, on issues involving Canada Post. And I traveled with that particular committee to all over Eastern Canada and into the Maritimes, the Atlantic, as part of the review. I read through the whole transcript. It really got me ready. So when community mailboxes were being set up in sort of my northern communities in my riding, I was able to explain to constituents how the system actually works, why they're doing this, what's the logic of it. So I don't see why a minister can't appear at a committee. That's really what it comes down to here. All we've been asking for is greater ministerial accountability on government spending. Like I said, $740+ million that will be spent. And this programming motion that the government is trying to rush through, the rush here, the only one I can imagine is they just want to score some points. They want to win maybe some favorable public opinion that they're seemingly doing something. But the Senate's not even going to be considering this bill because the Senate's not sitting. And so that other place, as we're supposed to call it, will not be considering this bill. So even that action, the act of speeding it through the House of Commons, won't resolve anything. And I think we should sit down and, these things can be negotiated between our different sides. I think we've shown ourselves to be fairly reasonable, that we can, at times when we support legislation, say, yeah, we support it. We support the principle. We support the content. What we would like to see, though, is just like that accountability from ministers. I don't think it's a lot to ask of a minister to appear before a committee for whatever length of time, obviously, to answer the questions that parliamentarians have. I think it's perfectly logical things that we could do, both to address individual concerns we're hearing from our ridings, and then more operational, structural concerns with these government programs. Like between old age security and guaranteed income supplement, these two programs are some of the most expensive government programs that we operate right now on behalf of our seniors, especially lower income seniors. They form the basis of the retirement system in Canada. When you go to a financial planner, at a bank or at an independent brokerage, they will avidly, strongly advise you to make sure you set up your finances so you can get access to old age security. And for some seniors who wind up in the lowest income tier, they will completely rely on the guaranteed income supplement, which is why when there's this clawback, that's why it's so punishing for them. And I'll mention just on old age security, saying this is the most expensive government program. During the debate that we had on whether we should shut down debate, the minister crowed how good it was that we had this CPP supplementary kind of benefit that was being added on. But the way she talked about it was implying that all seniors across Canada, of course, getting this benefit today. That's not how the CPP works, and I'm pretty sure the minister knows this. You accrue benefits as you pay into the Canada Pension Plan. And then when you retire at the end of 30, 40 years of working, you get to draw from that pension. You have to accrue the benefit before you get it. And I don't think it's right to give people the wrong impression that they instantly now have these benefits provided to them because the government made some changes. These will actually impact, I'll call them geriatric millennials, I guess, so people in my age group and people like my staff who are much younger than I am, who are the ones paying more into the Canada Pension Plan, an awful return on investment for their generation, because there are so many benefits that have to be paid out, and they lose control of that asset of their income where they could decide on what they want to save it into for a future return that they're supposed to get. So I mean 30, 40 years from now potentially, when they will be drawing a higher CPP than the same type of person with the same type of years of work would today. So like oftentimes when I hear these types of debates and the Liberal side is trying to explain everything they've done for the seniors, there's a lot of misleading going on here. And we have to be fair with people. Don't give people false hope. We got to be straight and upfront with them, which is why we have parliamentary committees. That's where the opportunity comes to find questions that our constituents are asking. I often get very technical questions from people who spend an incredible amount of time looking at OAS and GIS eligibility and then trying to figure out their finances because maybe they don't have a financial advisor and they're kind of relying on their member of parliament's office to fill some of that gap. Which is, again, why I think this is perfectly reasonable to ask for this type of work to be done. And look at the context that we're debating this in. Like, our side is saying we support this, and there are some of our members who would like to rise and raise individual case files, individual issues. I note that the New Democrats did this too when I going through the transcript. To see what New Democrats had mentioned. They actually raised individual case files of individuals in their ridings who have been affected by this particular change. So, I mean, I give them credit for that. I don't give them credit for voting with the government on this one and shutting down debate in the House. But that's the role of a parliamentarian in this place, is to raise issues, represent our ridings to Ottawa, not represent Ottawa to our ridings. And I think there's a huge distinction between the two. And so when I think about the work we do, the context that we're in right now, we're debating a bill to fix an error the government made months and months and months ago. I think everybody recognizes that. Some of us admit it more readily than others. Yesterday, though, the government basically said we're going to invoke the Emergency Act. And I think this is the context that we're debating a bill that we essentially agree on. And all the opposition has asked for is just a little bit more accountability from one government minister, not all government ministers, just one government minister to appear at one committee of the House of Commons and just answer some questions for an extended period of time. It would not grind this place to a halt. We could all come to a amicable agreement on how long this could be done. It's in our amendment that we had proposed. So infinitely reasonable. We're trying to be constructive here in how we go about this, but let's look at the situation we find ourselves in. Our country is more divided than it's ever been before. We have some of the worst finances this country has ever seen. We have a situation where people have taken on more personal debt than at any other time. And the lower you go into the income tiers, the more debt that they've taken on. The people who've done the best are in the highest income tiers. For them, this pandemic almost didn't impact their bottom line almost directly. And if you look at some of the commentary made by the member for Louis Hébert on how the government was handling this pandemic, and this program is an answer to some of the harm that's been done to the economic situation that many seniors have had. The member for Louis Hébert, noted, and this is almost a direct quote from him, when he said that not everybody can work from their cottage on a MacBook, and he's right. And there's many people in the lower income scales, and I have a lot of construction workers in my riding, a lot of general laborers in my riding. I have a lot of people who used to work in oil and gas who are out of work because of the government's harsh anti-energy worker policies. And they're just looking for a way out, just to make some income, just to get through. I have a lot of seniors who've gone back into the workforce with a lot of experience now competing with people who are trying to enter the workforce for the same jobs. And it's making it difficult. Calgary, the city of Calgary is one of the highest unemployment rates in the country right now because of economic policies, because of the pandemic. And now you have a lot of seniors returning to work, some part-time. And so when they're looking at their finances and at accessing old age security, guaranteed income supplement in some situations, this all has an impact on it. These are very complex government programs. And I think we owe it to them to have a minister before a committee with their officials to explain how this is supposed to work. I'd like an explanation how they could have ever made the mistake in the first place, that we could find ourselves here. And since this happened about 21 months ago, we had a federal election. It wasn't even fixed before then. They knew this was going to happen, and it could have been fixed then. I note, Madam Speaker, giving me my notice, I have 2 minutes left. So I'll remind you about the Yiddish proverb. I'm not angry that the government has now decided and won the vote to shut down debate. Like I said, it's a thorn in the heart to be angry. It's allowing someone to live rent-free in your head. But for our seniors in this country, this shouldn't be how government functions. We should be putting accountability and transparency first, at the very front end, and asking one government minister out of 40 to appear before a committee, I don't think is asking for too much. To have 11 parliamentarians sit down and ask them pointed, direct questions about how this is going to fix it and whether there's anything else we need to know. My minister's own words were, this is a simple bill. This is simple legislation. If it's so simple, why can't it go to a parliamentary committee to be reviewed? And I hope the government will reconsider its position and will vote with us to have the committee have a minister appear with her officials to answer our questions. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the time you've given me.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And listening to the member opposite, I'm getting the opinion that he is actually in favor of the legislation itself, and I do appreciate that. What I'm a bit concerned about, and he made reference to it indirectly when he talked about the Emergencies Act. Yesterday we had another very important piece of legislation on the rapid tests that were being debated. It's a very short week before the break week, and I'm wondering if the member believes that if we didn't attempt to rush through these things, that we would not be able to get it done before the break week. Is there any concern on his or the Conservative Party's part?
The Honourable Member Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, this is a matter of question. The government runs the agenda of the House of Commons. They're responsible for the agenda. They could have tabled this bill before. They also could have not called an election in August. They could have had us return to the House to consider legislation right away. It's not as if they didn't know this was a problem. If this is simple legislation, why did it take so much time to recall Parliament? Why did it take so much time for them to consider this bill? Why they didn't do evening sittings? Why won't they agree to a parliamentary review? All of these things could have been done. So it's not on the opposition to simply acquiesce and accept the fact the government is on a timetable. It's for them to run the business of the House better, and they haven't been doing it. And it's not the first time, Madam Speaker. It's not the first time. 6 years of this I've seen so far. For 6 years of mishandling the business of the House.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, I listened closely to my colleague, and I agree with him that it would be better to study the bill at committee. Now, he said that it's important that the $750 million in additional spending be discussed. What I want to know is how to speed up the process. We already proposed moving it from June to March. These are discussions we could have at committee. My colleague was talking about seniors who slip through the cracks and are the most vulnerable. So I don't know if he has any ideas for solutions to speed up the help we could give seniors. I'd like to hear from him on that. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank the member for the question. And indeed, this is something important for seniors in my riding. And I think in our amendment, we've shown the way forward to really fix the problem this time. Because what I wouldn't want to see is for us to vote for the legislation, then hurry it through the way the government wants, and then 6 months later we come back and we see that mistakes were made, and then once again, seniors fell through the cracks. We're talking about a very large number of seniors who are affected by this. I would like to go to committee and ensure that each and every one of them will have the problems addressed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague, who I have great respect for him. But I guess my concern is, Madam Speaker, is the lack of urgency from the Conservative bench. These are seniors, Madam Speaker, that had their GIS, the lowest income seniors in our country, clawed back. They can't afford their rent or their food or their medicine. Some of them are cutting their pills in half, Madam Speaker. This is unacceptable. What we're talking about today is an urgent situation so that those people that have been cut off get help now. And Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask my colleague, does he support our call for a guaranteed livable income so that no seniors in this country are living in poverty and have to go through a situation like this ever again?
Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member. He's one of the few members of the New Democrats who I quite appreciate, as you, Madam Chair, as well, are very reasonable members of the House. I want to address the first part of his question, though, which talks about the urgency of the matter. The government is claiming there's urgency. The Senate's not even going to sit to consider this matter and expeditiously pass it. The government created the need for urgency. This is the government's problem. They created this entire situation, calling an election that was unnecessary after promising they wouldn't do so, recalling Parliament late, and then putting this legislation before the House so late in the hour. They created it. I don't understand why the Democrats feel they need to keep correcting the Liberals' mistakes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his fantastic speech today. I can tell you in my riding of Simcoe Grey, even prior to the pandemic, the number one call, the number one issue for me was seniors falling behind. And we certainly are not in a better situation now with COVID, with the rising inflation, and I can tell you that there's just a lot of frustration. My question actually to the member is this. We've seen a lot of rollouts from this Liberal government during the pandemic. As an example, the rent subsidy, where they had to change it middle of the ground, and all it does is create confusion. So I would ask, through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, what is his thoughts on should we not make sure that we're doing things right?
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member is absolutely correct. Oftentimes during this pandemic, we've seen the government approve a program, rush it through the House, and just tell us, it's going to work, don't worry. And then we hear from our constituents constantly saying, actually, I can't apply for it. My particular situation doesn't count. I use my personal checking account for my business, so that can't get CEBA. And there's all these government programs, one after another, where we are fixing the mistakes of the government after the fact because we return to this House and we say, well, this person couldn't get it and that person couldn't get it and this business couldn't get it. So the member is correct. And the reason his office is so overwhelmed with seniors complaining that programs aren't working is because the government keeps getting it wrong time and time again.
Comments? L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, very quickly, I think we all agree that we need to help our seniors. We need to fix this. We need to ensure that our seniors get this money back. Our colleague spoke of the government's difficulty with planning its agenda, for example. But the situation we're seeing here is an emergency. It's been going on for months. And yet, since June or July, even before the election, all the opposition parties had raised the issue. So what does this tell us about the government's real intentions before the election to help the public? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou. She's quite right. I think this government's intentions was to use this matter as a way to carry out political attacks by saying that thanks to them, the problem was fixed, and just ignore the fact that it was a problem they created themselves. The opposition parties do agree with this, but what we want is accountability from the minister to respond to questions before members at a parliamentary committee. That's not a lot to ask, just a little bit to get details.
For one more question, questions et commentaires, the honourable member Courtney Alberni.
And just back to my colleague about the question about guaranteed annual livable income. You didn't answer that. I mean, we know seniors are living in poverty, and I want to know if the Conservatives support ensuring that no seniors are living below the poverty line, and a guaranteed livable income, ensure that won't happen. Now, hey, we're all disappointed about the Liberals dropping the ball on this clawback and why we're having this debate today. But I want to hear about the long-term solutions, and I want to hear if my colleague supports that.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd has just a little over a minute to respond.
A minute to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So quickly, when he asked, it's a policy question that he's asking, and I don't have a definitive answer, but I worry this. Why would we trust the government, the Liberal government, to create another government program where they have screwed up so many of them, where they have rushed them through the House and then made it up, tried through regulations or cabinet orders to patch programs incessantly? Like, just look at the procurement of aircraft, look at procurement in the military in general, look at the very, very slow rollout of the rare disease strategy off and on and off and on. This government doesn't have a record of delivering anything except press releases on websites. They make announcements, they make a press release, nothing happens afterwards. Why would we trust them to develop and execute another program? I just don't understand, why do you Democrats keep supporting the government in the failed execution of whatever the heck is in their mandate letters? I don't understand this. They voted with them repeatedly over the past few weeks, supporting the continued failures of the Liberals. And they do this time and time again, Madam Speaker. I don't understand how do you Democrats think that they are serving the people of their ridings by trying to prop up a government that keeps failing to deliver the most basic government programs?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you.
I got a point of order. The Honourable Member of Kitchener Centre.
Respectfully, through you, Madam Speaker, I wonder if you could help enforce the requirement for all members to be wearing a mask in this place at all times. Thank you.
Yeah, so this was raised earlier today, and I don't have the document in front of me because I gave it to the Speaker so that he can come back to the House. The wording in the directive from the Board of Internal Economy is that members are being asked to encouraged to wear their mask in the House. However, it does indicate that if they are in their seat, they are able to not have their mask on as long as they stay in their seat. I know that the Speaker has ruled on a number of occasions that individuals should actually have, their mask on while they're not, if they don't have the floor at that time. However, the directive seems to indicate otherwise, and I'm sure that the Speaker will be back before the House shortly on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise and maybe attempt to address a few points that the member across the way has raised. At the same time, share some thoughts that I know not only I, but all members of the House have in regards to seniors in general. I do know it's a very important and hot topic amongst my Liberal colleagues as we continue to strive to improve the lifestyle for our seniors, to be there for that in a very real and tangible way. And I'm going to highlight a number of things in which we have been able to do in order to be there for seniors over the last 6 years. But first, Mr. Speaker, if I may, address the issue of how the Conservative Party wants to twist this whole issue of process, of why it is that the government is where we are today with what is a very important piece of legislation. The legislation we have before us today is here because of the pandemic. During the pandemic, the Government of Canada, with the supports of and encouragement from different levels of government, from Canadians in general, from MPs advocating, came up with a series of brand new programs that virtually started from nothing, Mr. Speaker. They were a direct response of the pandemic. And when we brought in the programs, as I say, virtually from nothing, there were no doubt going to be issues that would arise from them. And this is one of those issues, Mr. Speaker, an issue in which today the government, through legislation, is addressing because of the impact that it has had on our seniors. To try to give an impression that the government is trying to fix a problem that it created, and to try to give the impression to that somehow the government has been negligent, I think is unfortunate given the consistent supports and actions of this government towards seniors since 2015 when we were first elected, let alone during the pandemic. Yes, there have been some issues that we've had to deal with. And I would encourage, and I suspect that by hearing by comments from opposition, that they will be supporting the legislation. And I'm encouraged to hear that. But then on the other hand, they're being critical because of the manner in which it's being processed. Not only of the government, but also the New Democratic Party. And it's interesting, when the New Democrats do something in which the Conservatives don't like, they say it's a coalition here between the New Democrats and the government. Well, I think Canadians would rather see a coalition of New Democrats and Liberals than a coalition of Conservatives and Bloc. You know, the Bloc, the Conservatives have this default position. Anything the government wants, just say no. So they know full well that they have to have their coalition to continue to frustrate the government's agenda. So they know they can often count on the Bloc, but they get a little upset if they believe that the NDP don't follow their recommendations. So they get upset at the NDP because the NDP won't listen to the Conservative agenda. So then they say, well, it's a coalition. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the government has operated with all three opposition parties collectively together. And at times we've operated with the New Democrats separately, like today. And at times we've operated with the Bloc separately, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate the mandate that we have been given by Canadians, and it's a very clear message that Canadians want us to be working together. We saw a very good example of that back in December on conversion therapy. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, the entire House recognized the importance of conversion therapy and the legislation that was before the House. And the Conservative Party actually stood up, and they were the ones that recommended that we don't even have a second reading, we don't have committee, there is no report stage, there is no third reading, and go through the whole process going right into royal assent, Mr. Speaker. And it was passed unanimously. So what it shows, Mr. Speaker, is that when it's convenient for the Conservative Party and they feel it's important, then it's okay. The debate's not necessary. The committees are not necessary. Because that's not the first time that they did that, Mr. Speaker. They've even attempted to get unanimous consent when there was no unanimous consent on getting what they believe is priority legislation through the House of Commons. But if they disagree, well, then it's anti-democratic. The government is wrong because we want to be able to see it. There seems to be a bit of a double standard being applied, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, to further that, on the one hand, the Conservative Party now says that this is important legislation. They recognize it's important legislation. After all, they're going to be voting for the legislation. I understand that the Bloc are going to be voting for the legislation. But the Conservative Bloc coalition doesn't like the manner in which we're trying to get it through. The NDP support the legislation. They've been advocating for significant changes to take place in terms of just the whole compensation issue. And they also recognize that it's important that we get this legislation through as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives will say, well, the Senate aren't sitting this week. Take a look, and I pointed this out yesterday, Mr. Speaker, at the legislative agenda. In the number of weeks that we've sat, we've brought in legislation dealing with the coronavirus. The number one issue of Canadians for the last 2 years has been taking on the coronavirus. We can talk about C2, C3, C8, C10, and now C12. All legislative measures that deal directly with supporting Canadians and deal specifically with the coronavirus, and whether it's programs that have been brought in as a direct result or programs that we're trying to extend to continue to support, or bulk buying of things like rapid testing that we debated yesterday. All of this stuff is important legislation. We all know that there's a finite amount of time in order to deal with legislation. It's not like we can say, okay, here's a bill, let's debate it for 10 days, let's have it go into committee for 2 weeks. If it was up to the Conservatives, anything that they disagree with, even things that they agree with in order to frustrate the government, they'll try to speak it out. They'll want to bring it to committee for indefinite periods of time with no commitment to get it through. We're still in the pandemic. There still is a sense of urgency. This week alone, we have yesterday, it was the rapid tests, $2 billion plus to ensure that provinces and territories and businesses in our communities have the rapid tests that are necessary. Today, it's about our seniors, making sure that we're there to support seniors by giving them money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. We still have other important pieces of legislation that have to be dealt with this week. I'm thinking of the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker, if at all possible, try that again. We still have the Opposition Day motion from the Bloc Party that has to be dealt with this week. And we have 2 short days, Mr. Speaker, this week. Are the Conservatives saying that, no, our seniors or the rapid tests or the need for the debate on the Emergencies Act should all just be postponed by 10 days or a couple of weeks, and then we'll take it up again, Mr. Speaker? Because it's convenient for the Conservative opposition party? So then 10 days from now they can come back and say, well, why is it taking the government so long? Mr. Speaker, I think that the issue of the rules, the standing orders, and I approach that not as a member of a government because I spent many years in opposition. I understand the importance of accountability and transparency and the process inside the House. I hope to get engaged with members in regards to our standing orders. We need to modernize it. We have planning plans in place or processing in place to be able to accommodate debates and committees and votes. We see that, as I cited yesterday, whether it's on emergency debates in the chamber, opposition day motions, private members' bills, private members' motions. There's all sorts of limits. What we have seen in the last 10 years, because you have to factor in the era of Prime Minister Stephen Harper, that you need to have tools to ensure that the government bills can also get through in a timely fashion, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're debating the motion that we're debating today. That if you believe that it's important to support our seniors by getting money in the pockets of our seniors, this is a piece of legislation members need to support urgently. The timing is very important. The Minister of Seniors has met with opposition members, has been before a committee in which members can ask whatever questions they want virtually of the minister. She's not shy to answer questions. We've seen that even earlier today when the motion was brought forward, Mr. Speaker. The department has provided information for members. Yes, we're making modifications today in order to be able to get the money out quicker to support our seniors, Mr. Speaker. The department is working overtime to make sure that we are there for our seniors in a very real and tangible way. So when I think of the process that we're going in today, it would have been preventable if, in fact, we could have had support from all opposition parties saying, yeah, we can pass this legislation. And ideally, in an ideal situation, it would be something that would be negotiated. But the government's not in a position in which it can hold back on getting this legislation passed. And with the support of one opposition party, we are able to ensure that our seniors will get the legislation through the House of Commons. And for that, I am grateful, Mr. Speaker. Because of 30 years of being a parliamentarian, I can tell you that there are some issues that I hold very dear to my heart, as I know many of us do. And the issue of our seniors and the needs of our seniors is of the utmost importance. We often talk about where we are today as a society is all due to the seniors that were there before us. And to recognize that there are needs that seniors have. I've made reference to the fact in the past that I used to be a health critic in the province of Manitoba. And I understand what those needs often require. And that's why it was so important for me personally when I came to Ottawa to be a strong advocate for our seniors. I remember the day when I'm sitting in opposition and the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper was over in Europe when there was an announcement that they were going to increase the age of collecting OAS from 65 to 67. We opposed it. We indicated that we would get rid of it, Mr. Speaker. I remember advocating for the need for the poor seniors that we have in Canada and the importance of our social programs. I use those two examples for those that understand the issue of poverty in Canada and want to be able to help to put more money, just like this bill does, puts more money in the pockets of our seniors. Well, back in 2016, we talked about increasing and implemented a substantial increase to the guaranteed income supplement. That literally lifted hundreds of seniors in Winnipeg North alone out of poverty, tens of thousands across the country by that one initiative. We all will become seniors if we are not already, Mr. Speaker. You know, we ensured that the contributions to CPP would be enhanced, an agreement amongst provinces and the federal government, something that Stephen Harper was unable to do, to ensure that there would be more retirement money for our seniors. When you think in terms of just the pandemic itself and how the government stepped up to provide, and that's where I say, yes, we have the legislation today because in our urgency and the need to support people of Canada through program development like CERB, there was some mistakes. It was not perfect, but it was important that we get those programs out as quickly as possible. And now we're making a modification that's necessary to ensure that our seniors will in fact be getting money that they would have normally have been receiving, Mr. Speaker, but because of other benefit programs during the pandemic, that's what ultimately caused the problem. This fixes it. That's why it's a good legislation for us to support. But we brought in, during the pandemic, direct support for seniors with a special focus on the GIS again and the OAS. We did it directly. We did it through other programs such as the CERB, which I would suggest to you is more of an indirect way. Another indirect way we did it is through the supporting of nonprofit organizations that provide support for our seniors. We're talking hundreds of millions going into billions of dollars. The Government of Canada has been there to support our seniors because it is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. From virtually day one back in 2015 to today, we continue to bring in budgetary and legislative actions to facilitate and support our seniors, whether it's in areas of long-term care, direct money into pockets, mental health, and so many other things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his intervention. One of the things I find really troubling in the length of time that it has taken to address this issue, we know that many seniors are losing their homes. They can't afford to eat. And we know that with all of the many programs that were introduced by the government with lots of little failures and things, they managed to put money into 800,000 people's accounts who really weren't eligible to receive the benefit. So I really don't understand why they couldn't have just put the money in the seniors' accounts that are getting the GIS, that got the CERB, so that they'd be topped up and they wouldn't have to wait until July of next year when they'll probably have lost their house by then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have the confidence in our civil servants who are providing us the direction and have the desire to get the money as quickly as possible to the seniors that need it. And the minister responsible for seniors has even developed a program that will hopefully even get, in certain situations, the money even quicker. So I'm very optimistic that we will be resolving this issue, and this legislation will prevent it, hopefully, from happening or reoccurring into the future. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have a civil service, as I say, that's just doing an outstanding job in terms of just hopefully being able to meet the needs of our seniors in the short term and long term.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really like my colleague from Winnipeg North, but sometimes, unfortunately, he overdoes it a bit. He's a bit of a talker. That's his reputation. Now, we were accused of, or the member accused the Conservatives of being partisan and holds himself out to be the champion of seniors. But we have made 3 proposals to increase the OAS to by $110 and the GIS for single and couples, and also to increase health transfers because it's seniors who've paid the price for the chronic underfunding of healthcare, and never has the government really listened to us. And that is the pure expression of partisanship, because when an opposition member has a good idea, I get the feeling that it hurts the government too hard to accept our good ideas. Why did you never do that? Why did you, if you care so much about seniors, why did you never increase the OAS or the GIS or the health transfers? That's what I'd like to hear from my colleague. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
We have increased GIS. We have increased OAS. We have record amounts of transfers for healthcare, historic amounts of real dollars going towards healthcare. And when you factor in issues such as long-term care, additional hundreds of millions of dollars being invested. When you talk about the issue of pharmaceuticals, again, substantial amount of tax dollars being invested. I would challenge the member to reflect on the 10 years before we came into government, and I would contrast our record and our investments any day. Now, the member says, well, I tend to talk a lot about how good things are. Much like how the opposition will be very critical of the government, I am very proud in terms of the manners in which we provided supports and will continue to do so for our seniors because they are important to all of us.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to comment. I know my colleague from Winnipeg North often defers to provincial NDP politics to deflect from his government's failures, including with seniors. I'd like to read a couple of stories. One from a senior: our GIS has been cut off, and the $1,300 per month that we receive from the government is just not enough to keep the shelter overhead. I feel weak and depressed, having no energy. I spend many sleepless nights crying. The fact that in the last session his government voted against our universal farm care bill, when seniors are literally choosing between medication and rent, and the fact that there's people in my riding that, a result of this government's callous choice, went from getting their GIS cut from $600 a month and now have $60 a month. Our party fought for a guaranteed livable basic income for seniors. His party is nowhere on the map on it. Not a guaranteed income supplement, but one that is livable to lift people out of poverty. I'm proud of my colleagues from North Island Pile River who fought really hard to get the Liberals to pull back on their brutality in clawbacks that they made to seniors. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can actually respond to these concerns and not deflect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member has pointed out, one of the greatest challenges for seniors is that of housing, accommodations. And that is why you will find that the federal government works with provincial governments and others, and it's the provinces that will play the lead in terms of social housing. but we invest on an annual basis in terms of operating costs, literally in the province of Manitoba. You're talking tens of millions going into hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of rent subsidies, non-profit housing. You're talking thousands of non-profit housing units in the province of Manitoba alone. And often it is the federal government that gives the largest percentage. That deals with trying to make housing more affordable, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite my friend to be able to stand up and ask a question as opposed to heckling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague from Winnipeg North talked about the money his government had invested in the healthcare system and so on. I'd like to remind him that that money that was invested was mostly for COVID, the major expenditures in recent years. And what is needed is ongoing increases to spending and transfers for healthcare, transfers up to 35% of the cost. And that's what the provinces have unanimously called for. It's a legitimate demand. So I'd like to hear what the member has to say. It's enough to hear how much was invested on COVID. That's fine. Now, he acknowledged that some mistakes may have been made, but those should not be, the government should not be faulted for those because the money needed to be spent quickly. It needed to get out the door quickly. But that's all COVID. I'm talking about healthcare in general. And there's the fact that seniors, their eligibility for the GIS was affected by the fact that they collected the CERB. And it was only in the spring of 2021 that the Liberals decided that this problem would not be solved before June of 2022. The Liberals are very reluctant to take the block up on our good ideas. But when it comes to healthcare, I'd like to know when they're finally going to do something. At what point do the Liberals plan to meet the unanimous call from Quebec and the provinces to increase health transfers to 35%? Thank you.
Minute to finish things up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in my years of serving in the Manitoba legislature, almost 20 years, I believe every year, if you ask a province, well, would you like more money for this or more money for that? And they're always going to say yes. We always wanted more money in health care. That is a given. Am I surprised that it's unanimous amongst the provinces that they want more money towards health care? It doesn't surprise me at all. What is important is that since we've been in government, we have negotiated accords with all the provinces and the territories. It is, in fact, indexed. We are giving record amounts of annual allotments of equalization and health transfers to province. It is a historical amount of money, and along with that, we continue to support other aspects of healthcare in which Canadians want us to do, and supporting it also with additional money for things like mental health and long-term care.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and talk about one of my favorite topics, seniors, of which I have become one. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important that we have this discussion today. This is an opportunity for us to pull what I would call an ugly scab off of the issue of affordability for seniors, especially those living on a fixed income. This is a wound that has been festering for some time. And I want to start off by taking a look at the actual numbers of the situation that many Canadians are finding themselves in. They're single seniors, they're living on a fixed income, they get OAS, GIS, and CPP. And so, Mr. Speaker, for those that would get OAS, depending on the work that they did in their career, they might get as much as $7,700 a year. They might get from GIS, if they got the maximum, about $11,500. And if they had worked a long time and they'd maximized their CPP, they might be getting $9,800-ish. And so what that works out to every month is something between $2,000 and $2,400, depending on where they are on the scale. And that is it. These are people, if they're getting GIS, that don't have huge nest eggs, they don't have huge savings to draw on that can, get them out of a bad situation. And so today, the Canadian folks who define the poverty line define that as 50% of the median income. And for a single person, they're saying anybody making less than $3,600 a month is actually living at or below the poverty line. And so all of these seniors that we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, are already living really below the poverty line after they worked their whole lives, after they've built the nation. And it's ironic that there's always rhetoric coming from the other side, Mr. Speaker, and even in the throne speech, you see the words there that say elders deserve to be safe, respected, and live in dignity. Well, if they deserve to be respected and they deserve to live in dignity, that's certainly not what we're seeing today. And so I want to start by describing the situation before the pandemic. I want to talk about then what happened during the pandemic and where this need for C-12 comes from, and then talk about the lack of government action when all these issues were being raised, and make a few comments to follow up based on that. So initially, during the pandemic, recognizing that people were struggling, many people lost their jobs, the government did make an effort, and the Conservatives did support many programs to replace the income that people were making. Now, sadly, many of the people that we're talking about that were on a fixed income had to go out and take another job just to make ends meet, just to heat their homes, just to have groceries on the table. And that is totally unacceptable in my view for seniors that built the country. But that was the reality. And so what did the Liberals do then during the pandemic? They decided to increase the carbon tax twice. Not just once, twice, putting up the cost of groceries, home heating, and basically all goods. At the same time that we've seen inflation increasing to where we are today at nearly 5%, people on a fixed income have zero ability to adapt to that. We know that the lack of action that we've seen in terms of the affordable housing crisis has just gotten worse as well in this pandemic. And I would say even in a riding like mine, it's not a metropolitan riding, but you can't find something to rent for less than $1,000 a month. So if you're on a fixed income and you're only getting $2,000 a month, there's not a lot left over for food and groceries and heating. And so we can see that the need to get people that are seniors to be living at even what we're calling the poverty line might be as much as $1,000 or $1,500 a month, depending on the location that they're living in. And the government is great to talk about the increases that they've made to GIS in the past that raised them $60 a month, at the same time that Kathleen Wynne and the Ontario Liberals raised the electricity prices so that people paid $130 more a month, and they were even further behind. That's not the kind of action that we need to have from government. So then we saw the government come with a plan to give seniors, but only the seniors over 75. They decided to give them a one-time payment of $500 in August, just as they were calling an election to remind people, don't forget about us, but just the people over 75. Those living on a fixed income between 65 and 75 got nothing. And they promised a raise in this is the summer of 2022 for people over the age of 75. And I'm happy to see in the mandate letter of the minister that her mandate now includes all the seniors over 65. Now, what she will actually do is another story, because we do always see a lot of talk and not so much action. But I don't know why the 65 to 75-year-olds were excluded, and I certainly heard at the doors in my riding all the time that they were finding it just as tough to live as the ones over 75. If you keep in mind that these people don't have any other income to draw on other than what they have, we see that the government was aware of the problem very early on. In the pandemic, in March of 2020, I was already emailing the then Minister of Seniors to say, hey, look, we got a problem. People that took the CERB that also are on GIS are going to have their GIS impacted next year. March of 2020, this was raised. March of 2020, the government was aware that it was a problem, and nothing was done at that time. So one of the issues I have with bringing this bill here today and deciding that it needs to be rushed after over a year of inaction is that the fix for the seniors who right now have been experiencing a reduction in their GIS and they can't pay their rent, they can't buy food to eat, some of them have lost their homes in my riding and have become homeless, they needed that money immediately. And the government had the ability to put the money in their account immediately. How do I know this, Mr. Speaker? Well, think about it. They know who gets GIS. It's deposited in their account every month. And they know who got the CERB because they deposited that in their account. And they certainly, Mr. Speaker, knew how to put that $500, don't forget to vote for us, payment for the people over 75 in August. So they could have just as easily recognized the impact that this was going to have, and they could have put that money in their account and done the reconciliation later. They certainly did that with the 800,000 Canadians that received a benefit to which they were not entitled, that they are now trying to reconcile. And so, Mr. Speaker, the hardships that Canadians have faced, these seniors that call my office, they're crying, they're losing their houses, they can't afford to eat, something has gone wrong perhaps with their car, and now they have no ability and no mobility. And so I think, it's really unfortunate at the very least that these Liberals could not address the problem and then come back and fill whatever gaps needed to be filled in the legislation. They certainly have not had any issue before doing things with orders in council and various tricks that don't involve coming to Parliament to get whatever it is that they want spent. But when it comes to seniors, no, they just forgot about it. So, Mr. Speaker, after I flagged the problem in March, and the minister said they would deal with it, then they paid out benefits to people that lived in other countries. They paid out benefits to people that were ineligible. When the new minister came in October, I said, please, is there something that you can do about this? I have people in my riding that have written me stories. I could certainly read you a few of the testimonies, Mr. Speaker, because it's, it's enough to make you cry, really. But even in May of 2020, the Minister of Seniors was before the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and was given the prepared binder by the department officials. And in that binder, under section 7.2, under the heading of Questions and Answers, COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, the question in the book said, will income from the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit be used in the calculation of guaranteed income supplement benefits? And the answer was, it is considered to be taxable income and must be considered when determining entitlement to the guaranteed income supplement, GIS, and the allowances. So the government actually knew then that the problem existed, and they've done nothing for a year. And here we are. Now, the Conservatives brought a very reasonable amendment. We understand that we want to see seniors get their money. And to not make this point too many times, the government could do that today if they really had political will, but they don't. So what we said was, you know what? We have to respect the parliamentary process. We see too many times the Liberals wanting to avoid parliamentary process, wanting to push things through the House. We see that they've already limited debate on this bill, as they do on many other bills, after saying they would never do that. But here we are. We need time to debate it. And we need time to amend it, because some of the things that have happened over the course of the pandemic is that different programs have been put in place that had shortcomings, let's call them. Shortcomings that were pointed out immediately and never repaired. We can think of the many small businesses that were impacted at the beginning of the pandemic when they weren't eligible if they were sole proprietors. They weren't eligible if they had just started up the business and didn't have a full year of revenue and business statements to show. There were quite a number of people that were impacted because the programs that were rolled out were flawed. And why were they flawed? Because they tried to rush through Parliament. And so I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that it's worth taking some time. And I think the Conservatives brought quite a measured little amendment to this motion that would give us the time that we need to go and look into making sure that everything is as it should be. And I know I have it right here, Mr. Speaker. There it is. All right. And so in the amendment of our motion, we're saying let's take it to committee. Let's take it to committee. Let's get the Minister of Seniors right there so we can hear everything from her and her department officials, ask all the questions, identify those things that need to be repaired, and fix them. And then immediately, let's just, do the clause by clause, make the amendments that need to be made right then, bring it back here, and then get in the express lane. Not use any amendments at reporting stage or anything like that. Go right then to third reading and off to the Senate. Because keep in mind, the Senate is not even sitting in the next week. So we can say emergency, but due process is that it goes through the stages in this House and then it goes to the other place. And they're not even sitting. So we can hurry up here, but they won't be there to receive it and to process it. So I think that when it comes to correcting the problem, we need to correct the problem because seniors are already in a bad place. I talked about the small amount of money that the seniors are making. I talked about how dire it's getting, and it's only going to get worse as we see supply chain issues that are currently being impacted by the trucker mandates and the lack of action on the part of the Prime Minister to address this. And I think it's really, just as a sidebar, unbelievable that he's called for Emergency Measures Act to be put in place when he wasn't even using the actions that he already had the power to take in order to end the supply chain issues that are driving the costs up of everything and making this problem even worse. Seniors are going to have a very difficult time waiting another 6 months before they receive their payment, and so I encourage the government to do what they can to make sure that the seniors receive their payments as soon as possible after we have the discussion on this bill. At the same time, I must say that we have to look ahead to the future. We have 1 in 6 seniors in the country right now, going to be 1 in 4 in just a few years. And we cannot allow them to be this far away from living at least at the poverty line. And, some of the measures that can be taken are to accelerate the OAS and GIS payments. I know the Bloc and the Conservatives supported a motion in the last Parliament which did not go ahead because of this government. So I encourage them to try to get seniors back to where they need to be. And I'm going to do my part, Mr. Speaker. I mean, there are seniors who thought they were going to be able to retire with a pension and are unfortunately not able to do that or have less pension than they expected because their employer went bankrupt. And so I'm bringing a private member's bill forward, C-228, the Pension Protection Act. And Mr. Speaker, that will cause businesses to every year table a report on the solvency of their fund so that we have transparency to see, are those funds in good shape? And if they're not, to provide a mechanism for funds to be transferred in without tax implications. And then, if they can't transfer and top up the fund immediately, we would have the ability to get insurance while they were able to, over a series of years, restore the fund to solvency. But in the case of bankruptcy, that pensions would be paid out to seniors, and they would be paid out before large bonuses to executives and large creditors. This would solve the problem of many seniors, including those who have lost their employment due to the bankruptcies of Eaton's and Sears and Algoma and Caterpillar and Nortel, numerous other companies that have left them in a situation. Because we can see from the information I read at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, that if they have to rely just on OAS and GIS and maybe CPP, they're still living below the level that Canadians would consider acceptable. And we can't have that for our seniors. It's very hard for our seniors when they see new people coming into the country that are receiving more money than they are making when they helped build the country. So I think we can agree that we want all Canadians to be living in a reasonable standard of living. The last thing I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, on this topic of C12 is that I think I do need to commend the new Minister of Seniors for at least bringing the legislation forth in reasonable time. You know, she is not the one that knew about it last year and did nothing. So at least we have the bill before us today. As it has been said, the Conservatives will support this to go to committee, but we will have our eyes on the legislation to ensure that it's solid, that we're not going to see more loopholes that are going to cause further issue to our seniors. At the same time, I couldn't get up and speak about seniors in this place, Mr. Speaker, without talking about some of the other advocacy that I have done on behalf of seniors. As you know, I brought forward a palliative care bill in the first session of Parliament. And I would say that there has never been a need to continue the work done on that. And now with the pandemic, we've gotten distracted from that. I would encourage the government that as they come with a plan, please come with a plan to exit the pandemic and restore the economy, that we can then start talking about some of the other issues that are facing seniors. They certainly need to have good options at end of life to get the dignity that the throne speech indicated. They certainly need to be able to get the drugs that they require, essential medicines. And so certainly I want to see the government do something on that. But today, the call is for the government to listen to the Conservatives and take our advice. Let's go to committee. Let's support the motion that my colleague brought to say, let's get to committee. Let's all sit down, roll up our sleeves. Let's get the amendments that are needed, and then let's get this done. And let's not make seniors wait until July of 2022 to receive the payments that they desperately need today in order to keep them from becoming, in some cases, homeless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the time today. I'm sure that my colleagues will have exciting questions, and I look forward to answering them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to the member opposite speak about the importance of protecting the dignity of seniors and supporting their quality of life. I think that's an objective that we all share. One of the things that myself and a number of members, a number of MP colleagues, many MP colleagues have advocated for over the past year was for national standards for long-term care. And we've advocated for that because, and the government's committed to it, but the reason we advocated for it was because we saw, especially during the pandemic, the Canadian Armed Forces exposed the reprehensible quality of care that some seniors experience in some of our long-term care homes. And our belief is national standards would ensure that seniors achieve the quality of care that seniors deserve. And so I'd wonder if the member opposite could comment on whether she supports national standards for long-term care.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising that extremely important point. Certainly, we studied this when I was at Health Committee and talked about what would go into national standards. And in fact, there have been numerous reports written about what's required. And at the end of the day, I support the best practices being leveraged across the country, but that's not where the limitation is. It's not that we don't know what needs to be done there. When it comes to the ratios of staff to clients that are in long-term long-term care, more funding is needed. When we see some of the conditions that there, more funding is needed. And we know that the provinces, although they have that under their jurisdiction, they do not have the wherewithal to do everything that is needed. And so I think it is important that the government work with provinces and territories to leverage those best practices in long-term care, but also to identify how we can get the funding there and how we can actually get the workers there. Because as you know, we've seen a drop-off in personal support workers, in nurses, and all of these kinds of careers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple question, or maybe not so simple. The seniors who live the longest tend to be women. Now, women with the GIS very often, not always of course, but have often been housewives or even raised their grandchildren as well, putting aside their career, which means that their income for their pension was dramatically reduced. And so that's why they may have a little bit of work on the side to try to make ends meet. So would it be fair to say that people who are most affected by these pension cuts are once again women?
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good question. Single seniors, and often women, are the poorest. It's important to take into account that there is a need for more money for senior, low-income women. They are looking for a place to live in many cases. They may need more women and they may need more money and increase the amounts to ensure that they can live with dignity.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention today. Like her, I'm deeply frustrated that we are in a situation that has taken us so long to get to. But I have to say that, you know, for seniors in my riding of Edmonton, Strathcona, I don't want to go back to them and say that we delayed this any longer than we had to. Of course, the Liberals took too long to fix this mistake. Of course, seniors are in such desperate straits right now that we have to act as fast as we possibly can. So looking forward, fixing this problem and looking forward, I did appreciate how she talked in her intervention about things we need to do for seniors. And what I would like to know from the member is, you know, the things that would make seniors' lives better are things like investment in making our long-term healthcare centers public, in having guaranteed livable basic income, in having things like pharmacare. You know, things like this will help seniors, but it'll help so many Canadians. Would she be supportive of these calls the New Democratic Party have put forward for things like a guaranteed livable basic income, like public long-term care centers, and like pharmacare?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague who's always been a strong advocate on these issues. And I would say we do need immediate action from this government. As I pointed out in my speech, they know the bank account numbers. They made 800,000 other mistakes where they gave people money who didn't deserve it and are trying to get it back now. Certainly with seniors that are on GIS, they could immediately take action to put that money in their account, and I think that's what they need to do. Longer term, there is no doubt with an increase of seniors from 1 in 6 right now to 1 in 4 in the future that we are going to have to do something to address the fact that they're not living decently, that they're not receiving the essential medications and items that we need. And I look forward to working with that member to solve those issues.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. I appreciated her speech. Of course, I don't agree. This is one of the few times that I actually want to see a bill passed through this place without going to committee first. But I do want to follow up on something where we do agree, and I'd like to hear more about her private member's bill to deal with a long-standing problem of pensions not being secure, corporate pensions for our seniors. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, because I don't get to intervene during private members' business and ask questions of the mover of a bill, I'd love to hear more about it now.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Saanich Gulf Island. Definitely, I'm always happy to talk about my private member's bill. The idea here is that we've seen seniors who've worked their whole lives. They expect they're going to have a pension to retire on, and then the company goes bankrupt, pays big bonuses out to their executives, and leaves them with either no pension or pennies on the dollar. What got me going on this was a neighbor of mine that worked for Sears for 30 years and ended up, getting 70 cents on a dollar after 30 years of working. So my bill is going to keep that from happening by, first of all, giving transparency to see whether there is solvency in the fund. Secondly, creating a mechanism to top up that fund if it's not solvent. And thirdly, making sure that if companies do go bankrupt, that the people that have worked their whole lives and paid into their pensions receive their pensions before big bonuses are paid out or large corporations are paid out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci, monsieur.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to mention to my colleague that we also tabled a bill on ensuring that retirees are the first creditors, and we will support her on this. Now, earlier, a Liberal colleague asked her a question about national standards for services to seniors. And she replied that what really counts is the matter of the health transfers. But I'd like to hear more about that. Does she agree that health is an area of provincial jurisdiction? And with that in mind, I don't see why the federal government would create standards. It's as if a province made standards for national defense. It makes no sense. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Indeed, provinces are in control of the area of health. But there are not enough funds for excellent care to be offered. And if there are practices in some other provinces that are going well, I would like everyone to be aware of the best practices and also have the money necessary to implement these best practices. Therefore, I think there is a role for the federal government in this. Thank you.
A quick answer and quick question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, talking passionately about the need to support seniors. And Mr. Speaker, clearly this is an urgent situation. These are the most vulnerable seniors in our country that the government's gone after and clawed back. And I really want to thank my colleague from Vancouver Island North, Powell River, for the important work she did on pressuring the government to respond to this. My question through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague agree that the government is paying for the pandemic off the backs of poor Canadians? They're going after seniors in this circumstance. Does she agree that instead they should be going after the billionaires and the big corporations that have profited from the pandemic?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. Certainly, I think everybody needs to pay their fair share. But I do think that it's outrageous that 12 months has gone by, that the government's known that this problem existed and they've done nothing. I mean, if you didn't pay your rent for 12 months, do you think you'd have a place to live? If you didn't have your heating bill paid for 12 months, would you still have heat? That's the situation Canadians are in. That's why it's urgent and needs to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and say good morning to everyone today. It's great to be back in the House debating an important bill. Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-12 is a continuation of all the measures this government has put in place since 2015. It's important that we have a reminder of what we've done, because we know that Canadians who are watching may not be tuning in every day. It's important for us to be there for them.
Order from the honourable member for Fredericton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to interrupt my colleague, but just wanted to wonder if he was maybe asking to split his time. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, and for that clarification.
Absolutely, Mr. Le President. I'll be splitting my time today with the honourable friend and colleague from Fredericton, the wonderful province of New Brunswick. Toutefois, j'aimerais.
However, I would like to talk about the measures we have established since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to talk about them because they too are part of this line of support for older Canadians.
It will show that our approach to seniors issue since day one, since 2015, is one that has been consistent. It's one that comes from a trend of support for low-income seniors for a very long time, a rapid approach to putting in place needed supports, especially when emergencies face our vulnerable populations, including seniors. C12 and the need to pass it quickly is vitally important. This motion today has been well defended. I think that will be clear once we understand how a low-income senior faces so many challenges. After a lifetime of hard work, Canadian seniors have earned a secure and dignified retirement. Pandemic or not, they deserve a retirement without financial worries. And allow me to briefly touch on so many of the things that we have done for seniors, particularly since forming government in 2015. The Liberal government has strengthened Canada's public pension system. We're helping Canadians with their higher costs later in life. For short-term support, we issued a one-time $500 payment in August 2021 to OAS pensioners 75 years and older. We are permanently increasing the old age security pension by 10% this July 2022 for those seniors aged 75 plus, providing over $766 for the first year for pensioners receiving the benefit. Mr. Speaker, we must remember this benefit is inflation indexed, so seniors will continue to receive an increase. We restored the age of eligibility for old age security and GIS to 65 from 67 years, which was increased by the Conservatives prior to us winning a majority government, and that is something I am very proud of in the 6 years that I've been here in the House, putting literally thousands of dollars back in the pockets of seniors. Our government increased the GIS, as promised, by 10% for individual seniors, improving the financial security of about 900,000 vulnerable seniors. To help working seniors keep more of their benefits, we increased the GIS earnings exemption to allow seniors to earn up to $5,000 without any reduction in benefits, and a partial exemption for the next $10,000. It now includes self-employment income. When our increase in the basic personal amount, something I fully championed and was wonderful to see in our platform in 2019, when it is fully implemented in 2023, 4.3 million seniors will benefit, including 465,000 whose federal income tax will be reduced to zero. That means up to $300 for individuals and $600 for couples. I'm so glad that this was part of our 2019 platform. This is literally billions and billions of dollars of tax reductions every year for Canadian seniors, Canadian workers, Canadian students, and it's wonderful policy. Our middle class tax cut in 2016 reduced the second personal income tax rate by 7%, saving middle class Canadians an average of $330 a year, and couples an average of $540 a year. Again, Mr. Speaker, real change, and that goes with our mandate of helping middle class and those working hard to join the middle class. Seniors have also benefited from this. Tax reductions, benefit increases, and policy revisions implemented by our government have reduced the number of seniors living in poverty in Canada by 11% since 2015. Our plan to improve support for seniors is working, but yes, there is still more work to do. As seniors ensure their safety by staying home during the COVID-19 pandemic, financial and other supports were and are still here, critical to help them access the goods and services they need and to reduce their social isolation, which can take a toll on their mental health and well-being. As a government, it was our responsibility to help, especially with those extra costs. First, we provided a one-time tax repayment of $300 to eligible OAS recipients, plus an eligible $200 to eligible GIS recipients. We also provided a special top-up payment through the GST credit in April 2020. More than 4 million low and middle-income seniors benefited from this top-up. In addition, we announced a one-time payment for persons with disabilities, including seniors, of which individuals received a total of $600 in special payments. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we know we had all the backs of Canadians during the pandemic, and we continue to do so. And we created various income supports, like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which helped millions of Canadians, including seniors, by delivering direct payments quickly to seniors and families. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, beyond financial security, our government has also been concerned about the real impact of loneliness on seniors. In fact, research shows that isolation amongst seniors can lead to health problems. That's why we've made it our mission to provide social participation and inclusion. We have therefore helped to put seniors in contact with essential services and supplies. We did this by investing $9 million in the United Way. This was to support more than 876 agencies across the country by offering more than 936 programs. Through the New Horizons for Seniors program, we invested an additional $12 million. We also funded more than 1,000 community projects to reduce isolation and improve the well-being of seniors during the pandemic. Now, when it comes to safety in long-term care facilities, we have taken significant steps, even though long-term care is a provincial and territorial jurisdiction. So as part of the Safe Recovery Agreement with the provinces and territories, $740 million will be dedicated to supporting vulnerable Canadians.
Of course, the seniors vulnérables. Notamment ceux qui reçoivent des...
Those who are in long-term care or use home care or palliative care and who are most at risk of serious illness from COVID-19 will be affected. And in addition to all of this, we've created a $350 million community support emergency fund to help charities and non-profit organizations adapt the services they provide to vulnerable groups, including seniors, in response to COVID-19.
The pandemic, Mr. Speaker, is still ongoing. That won't stop us from putting forward additional measures to benefit seniors' financial well-being. And I want to give a shout-out to the 25,000 or so seniors in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. I get to see them again. I missed them for 2 years. I know they suffered from social isolation, staying home. I'm going to see them in their community center in my break week, maybe play a little bocce, play cards. And Mr. Speaker, these seniors represent the best of all what Canada is about. They come from all various backgrounds. They've built this country, and we always have to respect them, and we owe them so much gratitude and appreciation for the sacrifices they have made. They have never asked for a lot. They asked to be respected, and they asked us to make sure in their golden years that they have a secure and dignified retirement, and that's what our government has done since day one. Looking to the future, we know Canada needs to better address older seniors' needs. Seniors in Canada are living longer, which is great, and I think a key indicator of progress as a country on all scales. As seniors age, they are more likely to outlive their savings, have disabilities, being able to work, and be widowed, all while their healthcare costs are rising. As mentioned before, we are responding to that need with a major OAS increase for older seniors as their needs increase. Least but not last, we proposed $742 million to support vulnerable seniors who are experiencing current reductions in the guaranteed income supplement or allowance, actually who have experienced reductions in GIS or allowance as a result of accessing pandemic benefits. In conclusion,
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has not been and still isn't easy for anyone, especially for seniors. Our government is committed to ensuring that all Canadians have the opportunity to build a better life, to contribute to and enjoy our country's prosperity, whether there's a pandemic or not. And that's why we've made every effort to support all Canadians, including our seniors.
The remarkable contribution of Canadian seniors have made to our society and economy over the years. They can count on our Liberal government to continue to take steps to make sure they can live with dignity. Let's all come together and pass Bill C-12 expeditiously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for, and I always mix, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague across the way. Seniors 75 and older are supposed to be getting an increase to their old age security. And of course, there was the pre-election lump sum that was encouraging them to vote a certain way. There are seniors who want to top up their incomes with part-time jobs, but when they applied for CERB, they couldn't apply for a partial CERB, so they got the whole $500. And some of those people took money out of RSPs to pay the taxman who wanted all the CERB back. So my question is, will the people who already paid the CERB money back be reimbursed, and are they still going, and are they going to continually be behind the 8 ball because having taken money out of their RRSPs, that again props up their income so they qualify less for the supplement?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for their question. Of course, I would advise any senior here in Canada, any individual in Canada, to seek financial advice how they manage their affairs. Absolutely. Here, dealing with Bill C-12, what we want to do, we want to ensure that the literally hundreds of thousands of seniors that may have been affected by any sort of clawback on their GIS, that the income they receive from CERB and other benefits is not included in their taxable income for determination of benefits going forward. If an individual here in Canada, it is correct, if they pull money out of their RRSP, that is obviously a taxable income. It's included taxable income. You do pay taxes for it. When you made your RSP contribution, you did receive a nice deduction for that, and I encourage Canadians to make an RSP contribution if they have the ability to do so. All individual cases should be looked at by the member and should be brought to the attention of the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary on that front. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Torres de Mainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to the member for his speech, even though I feel, Mr. Speaker, that I got a kind of a Coles Notes version of their campaign pledges. But if the government has done so much and so well for seniors, why is the situation with GIS cuts related to the CERB known since May of 2021 and caused such a crisis? How come they didn't foresee this and take action?
Woodbridge.
I would like to thank the member for her question. I'm very proud of what our government has done, all the measures they've taken for seniors. And in terms of what she's asked, I'd like to tell her.
Benefits during the lockdown, obviously, they were included in taxable income. We've gone back and we are making that fix because rightly so. We do not want to penalize seniors going forward. That would not have been a regular amount of income they received. And I encourage all seniors to look at the number of measures we put in place since 2015.
For me, seniors are the most important members in our lives. They've created our country, and
I've done in the past. I
am very proud that we're taking many more measures for them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in all of Hamilton, 2,020 seniors saw a reduction in their GIS benefits because of the CERB clawbacks. And Mr. Speaker, my residents in Hamilton Centre bore the brunt with almost 660 having their pensions, having their GIS clawed back. And this has been an attack. It's been devastating on working poor seniors in my community. So in a time of such uncertainty and despair that they would plunge liberals would plunge seniors further into poverty can only be described as cruel and unusual. They've known about this for quite some time. So I asked the honourable member, who knew this was an issue for his seniors, why did he and the Liberals wait so long to fix it?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge in 30 seconds or so.
Yes. First off, Mr. Speaker, it's great to see the member from Hamilton Centre who I had the chance to work with on Public Accounts Committee. I will say this, we've always had the backs of seniors. We're putting in place their $742 million, which will represent one-time payment to thousands of seniors that were impacted by this instance of taxable income and how it's calculated. Going forward, there will be no impact on seniors. Seniors can rest assured that we will continue to have their backs and that they'll be able to retire today and tomorrow with a secure and dignified retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, or continuing debate, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for sharing his time with me today. And thank you for all members engaging in this important debate. We know just how difficult this pandemic has been on seniors, how it impacted them, their livelihood, their quality of life, their mental health, even their safety. We all agree in this House that we need to do more to help seniors and their communities. As announced in the fiscal update, we will be delivering a one-time payment to fully compensate those affected in 2020, and today we introduced Bill C-12 to exclude any pandemic benefits for the purposes of calculating guaranteed income supplement going forward. Mr. Speaker, I had many conversations at the doorstep with individuals who were affected. C-12 goes a long way in demonstrating that as parliamentarians, we are listening and our government is responding. The fact remains that far too many seniors in Canada have been living in poverty. It's been an issue long before this pandemic. But COVID, an unprecedented global health crisis, has made matters worse. Seniors who lost income and were financially struggling accessed emergency support to help them get by. Bill C-12 will now protect seniors from losing their income-tested GIS payments going forward and rectify any loss of GIS as a result of receiving COVID benefits. This will protect struggling seniors from falling deeper into poverty and rectify the unintended consequences of pandemic benefits that were designed to help. Many seniors have been trying to survive paycheck to paycheck. And in New Brunswick, this situation is worse. 1 in 5 seniors in my province lives below the poverty line, and many more are just at the cusp. This is well above the Canadian average. These seniors depend on GIS to pay their rent, heat their homes, and buy groceries, particularly at a time where the cost of living continues to rise. In Fredericton, the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is now close to $1,000. Seniors desperately need the action our government is proposing. Passing C-12 also matters for our commitment to advancing gender equality, furthering reconciliation, and combating systemic discrimination. The loss of GIS payments would disproportionately impact women, Indigenous peoples, and racialized Canadians, demographics that statistically experience higher rates of poverty. It's urgent that we pass this bill and help the estimated 90,000 seniors across the country who have been impacted. Failing to pass this bill would further threaten the economic security of thousands. I am optimistic that through the leadership of the Minister of Seniors, that real, tangible change will be felt across the country. This government is committed to building a better future for seniors. As a member from the Atlantic, this positive change cannot come soon enough. By 2036, Canada's seniors population could be close to 11 million. As the Canadian population continues to age, so does the number of older adults expecting to be living in subsidized housing buildings. We need to look at the future and take measures now to avoid having seniors who spend their lives building this beautiful country reach their golden years and live under the poverty line. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to suggest that we can go further to support seniors and many others facing poverty. I am proud that this government is seriously looking to implement pilot projects on guaranteed livable income and moving forward on its objective to reach agreements with provincial and territorial partners to implement national universal pharmacare. I truly feel these measures in particular could usher in deep and lasting systemic change. Simply put, to improve the lives of senior citizens, we must make life more affordable. I am proud to say that this government is doing just that by investing to offer better public transportation and affordable housing. We are investing in creative programs such as the multi-generational home renovation tax credit to help families add a secondary unit to their home for an immediate or extended family member. This government is also working to establish an aging at home benefit so that seniors can afford to stay in their homes longer, while increasing the quality of long-term care for those who need it. We are creating opportunities for seniors to be more connected, supported, and active members of their communities through the New Horizons for Seniors program. These initiatives will help to enhance the quality of life for all Canadian seniors, and we shouldn't stop there. It's long overdue that we return elders in our communities to their positions of honor and respect. I also want to acknowledge the organizations in my community who have been working hard to support older adults. They are making a real difference in my riding. The Stepping Stone Senior Centre and the Senior Wellness Action Group are but two great examples of those who are working to help connect hundreds of seniors in the Greater Fredericton area to work collaboratively to develop and deliver affordable and accessible activities to meet physical, mental, and social needs. They provide volunteer matching, assist with emergency preparedness, support food security, and much, much more. They are providing opportunities for seniors to meet, to learn, to develop new skills, to socialize, to entertain, to be entertained, to be entrepreneurs, and they are serving as an information source for seniors and those who work with them, like me, while promoting the growth and development of seniors of our community. Mr. Speaker, there are important lessons that we must take forward from this pandemic, and providing adequate supports for seniors must be at the top of our priority list. We must invest in seniors and ensure that people can live in dignity and safety in their older years. We saw many examples of Canadians being there for each other throughout this pandemic, and this must continue. In many communities around the world, elders are celebrated, they are seen as the head of their family, their knowledge is precious. We need to do more to cherish them here in Canada. The best classroom in the world is at the feet of an elder. Let's listen to what they have been telling us. Let's pass C12 without delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. For the seniors who live in long-term care or publicly funded seniors' residences, generally speaking, their entire old age security and GIS goes right to the facility. In what ways are seniors going to benefit from having more of the income that's given to them forwarded to the facilities? Is there any assurance that that will happen, or will it just go into the general coffers and not really provide a positive impact for the residents?
Honorable Député de Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Certainly that's a kind of a specific example. There's many other ways that people can continue to kind of live their lives at home as well, and so that we're also hoping that it would, support their lives and do what they need and have resources to do that. Certainly there's a conversation to be had about what that looks like for those in long-term care, and I look forward to continuing that conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear a number of conservatives, liberals, sorry, I didn't mean to offend anyone, a number of liberals talking about long-term care standards. If standards are to be added, at some point the money should follow. I don't know if my colleague is aware, but the federal government only pays a bare 22% of healthcare costs. And to add insult to injury, it's not a matter for federal jurisdiction. So if you want to support seniors, wouldn't the best way of doing that be to increase health transfers to 35%? The honourable member for Fredericton.
I think it's important that we have these conversations in the House. We talk about jurisdiction a lot, and I think we've seen that, there is a role for the federal government to play here in ensuring that we have standards across this country that can assure quality of services for seniors no matter where they live. So I think it's incumbent upon us to work together with our provincial counterparts to ensure that, the lessons learned from this pandemic, specifically around long-term care, are not soon forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention in the House today. She spoke about giving seniors the opportunity to age with dignity, and I've met with many seniors in Edmonton Strathcona who speak about that very thing. They speak about wanting to age in place, wanting to ensure that the care they get when they do transition into long-term care is adequate. What we've seen in Alberta, certainly, is a real problem with for-profit centers, with centers that you basically use a profit mandate rather than a care mandate. So would she suggest, or would she support, I guess, making sure that there is no dollars in long-term care, that it is in fact a public service that is provided? And what steps would she see the government taking to ensure that seniors have that opportunity to age in place longer before they go into long-term care?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona. I know she cares deeply about the seniors across this country and has worked very hard to see this particular bill come to fruition as well. I think that it, again, speaks to jurisdictional issues, that when it comes to long-term care, each province and territory has its own kind of version, and New Brunswick have a mix of private and public care. And so, again, we have to make sure that every dollar that's being spent is being used to the best of its, capacity to really support seniors in their needs of their older years. I will, use this time as well to kind of give a shout out to Pine Grove Nursing Home in Fredericton, New Brunswick, where my grandmother is in palliative care right now. So there's good examples that we can point to as far as best practices, and I think that needs to be part of the conversation with provinces and territories as we look to ensure that standards of care are upheld across the country in long-term care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And we have time for a quick question and answer. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go over Kitchener Centre. Too many centres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe a caucus of centres should be emerged. Mike, I really appreciate the comments from the honourable member for Fredericton. In particular, appreciate that she mentioned a guaranteed livable income in her comments. As I wonder if she might want to offer more for us to hear about the impact and her advocacy. I appreciate her advocacy for a guaranteed livable income. Would love to hear about her comments on the impact of a guaranteed livable income for seniors.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre. Anytime I can talk about a guaranteed livable income, I will certainly take that chance. I really see it as this kind of safety net that can help so many across this country, including seniors in a really big way. Those with disabilities as well, the list could go on and on and on. I think that this is something we could do that could, again, I talk about it kind of a collective sigh of relief that we could see across the nation to protect our most vulnerable. We need to do that for seniors as soon as possible, and I'm committed to continuing that conversation with my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this bill, which is another case of this Liberal government trying to clean up after itself. Mr. Speaker, I come from the beautiful city of Abbotsford, which is nestled between majestic Mount Baker and the mighty Fraser River. We are very grateful to live in that community, but it is a community that has many, many seniors. In fact, my own office is in a tower that houses seniors. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there's another element of Abbotsford that I'm very proud of. That is the fact that Abbotsford is the most generous census metropolitan area in the country. Of all the 27 census metropolitan areas across this country, we are the most generous by a country mile. I think that's a good thing. It's a great model for other communities to emulate. The reason I share that is much of this generosity actually comes from the seniors in Abbotsford. These are seniors that contributed to building our country. These are seniors that today still contribute to the fabric of our nation. And yet here we are, Mr. Speaker, these very seniors, some of whom are well-to-do and live comfortable lives, many of whom are living on the edge of poverty. And I know my Liberal colleagues here are mocking us today. It's a shame that something as serious as this would be treated with such contempt by our Liberal friends across the way. But I will say this, Mr. Speaker. The seniors of my community, many of them that are on the edge of poverty, took an incredible hit by the incompetence of this government. This is actually a story, Mr. Speaker, of what was intended to be something good, which was a response to the COVID pandemic. The government stepping up and hoping to invest in the lives of Canadians and making sure that Canadians didn't slip through the cracks during the pandemic, invested heavily in support programs. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to clarify that. I am splitting my time with the member for Elgin Middlesex, London. And here we are, the government invests in these support programs to help Canadians through the COVID pandemic, and they forget a few things. First of all, They forget that these programs have to be properly designed, these support programs that help Canadians, to make sure that it is Canadians that truly need the support, that receive the support, and that fraudsters that may want to apply for these benefits don't get away with it, and that people that live outside of our country that don't need these benefits don't qualify for them. And unfortunately, many of the programs that our Liberal friends across the way implemented had none of those safeguards. Didn't have the oversight, didn't have the scrutiny, rammed the stuff through the House of Commons. You know, again, my Liberal colleagues across the street laughing at seniors across our country for the pain that these Liberals have caused them. So in delivering these support programs, there were design flaws, there were oversight and scrutiny problems along the way so that people received benefits that shouldn't have received those benefits. Hundreds of millions of dollars going outside of our country to people who don't even have a connection to Canada but applied and somehow qualified for these programs. But there was a second problem, Mr. Speaker, and that is these Liberals forgot that some of the most critical programs that seniors rely on in this country, like old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, are means tested, and they depend on the taxable income from the previous year. And these seniors, some of them applied for the government support programs, they qualified for them, they received the support. After the fact, they're told, oh, by the way, these amounts that we've just sent you are fully taxable, and you're going to have to include them in your taxable income. And of course, what happens is these seniors, these vulnerable seniors that trusted this Liberal government, then realize that they will no longer qualify for GIS. They realize that these funds that they received from the government so generously are now going to be clawed back by this very same Liberal government. And therein lies the rub. They made a mistake. In vernacular, they screwed up. Mr. Speaker, it got worse. This Liberal government has known for almost a year that this was a problem and that seniors were being distressed by the knowledge of knowing that this money was going to be clawed back and that their ability to qualify for seniors' benefits like GIS was now going to be compromised. Can you imagine the distress of someone living on the poverty line, then being told, by the way, you're going to have to repay thousands of dollars to the government, thousands of dollars that these seniors actually don't have. And for a year, this government has known this, and they failed to act. They failed to act for a number of reasons. Firstly, we got into a situation where, they could have recalled Parliament in fall of 2021 and dealt with legislation that would fix this problem. But instead, what did they do? They called an unnecessary and expensive election that changed nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're still in a minority government. Over $500 million spent on running an unnecessary election and delaying the response to the problem they themselves had created with seniors. And so the election is held. Nothing has changed. The Prime Minister could have recalled Parliament right away. He took many months before he recalled Parliament. In the meantime, seniors are calling my office and saying, Ed, what am I going to do? How am I going to get through this? I don't have the money to repay these benefits that they're now clawing back from me. How am I going to survive? How am I going to put food on the table? How am I going to pay rent? This is a problem of this Liberal government's making. And here we are now, almost a year later, and what we see the government MPs doing, they're giving speeches in the House, talking about how great they are, how they love the seniors, that this legislation is going to provide certainty for seniors across our country. The minister herself, in her responses in question period, pretending that, oh, this isn't a problem. In fact, they're doing seniors a favor with this legislation. In fact, the minister's responses have been nothing short of a word salad. I think she was hoping to create some kind of a fog through which seniors in this country wouldn't see through the fact that this was a problem of this Liberal government's making. And now they're asking us as a parliament to fix their mess, to clean up their mess. And this is symptomatic of this Liberal government, constantly asking Parliament to clean after them, get out the shovels and clean up the mess. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are getting very tired of this. And I hope that Canadians who are watching today understand that the problem in this House is this Liberal government and its leader, the most divisive, incompetent, and unethical government this country has ever seen. Incompetence when it even comes to our seniors of all people. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave those thoughts with you and with the Canadian people. I hope the Liberals learn a lesson from this. They're constantly doing this, screwing up time and time and time again. This has got to stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I assure you and the member that nobody was laughing at his comments. What we were trying to do was actually remind the member that he voted in favor of all of the measures that he's now criticizing. As a matter of fact, he did it through unanimous consent. You know, the member talked about not remembering what happened and being surprised. Does this member not remember back to March of 2020 when the government helped 5.4 million Canadians by putting money in their bank accounts within 4.5 weeks of the WHO declaring a global pandemic? You know, and then this member, hindsight's 2020, isn't it great to look back and be able to be so critical? But the irony in all of it is that this member voted in favor of everything he's now criticizing.
Wow, that's right.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting. They're mocking again. After denying it, they're mocking seniors across our country. Mr. Speaker, at no time has our Conservative...
Get a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Absolutely nobody on this side of the House is mocking seniors, Mr. Speaker, and the member should...
I appreciate the input, but that is getting back into debate. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford to finish up that answer.
Well, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, I would never mock that individual. I have great respect for him. But he's incorrect in suggesting that we didn't support these benefits and yet voted in favor of them. I never in my speech suggested that these benefits weren't necessary for Canadians. In fact, I gave a speech in this House supporting these COVID benefits because they were necessary to keep Canadians afloat. But I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, seniors never expected that they would be betrayed and told after the fact that these benefits would be taxable, especially when they were on the cusp of poverty.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleague from Abbotsford on his speech. I think it's fantastic to see the Conservatives defending seniors finally. The Bloc was feeling a little alone in calling on the government for action for seniors. I have a two-part question. First of all, the member was part of the government in 2012 when Harper, the Prime Minister at the time, decided that the OAS would be made available only for those aged 67 and over. And now they're criticizing the Liberal government for creating two classes of seniors, those two different age brackets. what does my colleague think of that now? And if he also thinks that what the Liberal government has done is unfair, creating two classes of seniors, those under and those over 75. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to take issue with the suggestion of this member that somehow Conservatives don't support seniors. In fact, I would remind that member that it is a Conservative Member of Parliament, the member for Sarnia-Lambton, who's brought forward a bill that will protect seniors' pensions against insolvency, against bankruptcies, against the big corporate raiders coming along and bankrupting a company and then leaving seniors out to dry. It is this Conservative opposition in this House that is stepping up, standing up for seniors to make sure that they have the pensions that they deserve and have paid into.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwananook-Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to echo how great it is to hear Conservatives talk about supporting seniors, particularly those that live in and below the poverty line, which is an absolute shame in a country as wealthy as Canada. Yet when this member was in government, it was their government that engaged in a full war on seniors, pushing back benefits like the OAS and GIS to this age of 67, and truly a shocking reproach towards our seniors who have helped build this country. So we judge by what they did in power rather than the kind of words we're hearing right now. Is it not time to urgently support seniors? And, when will the Conservatives get with the program on that?
The honourable member for Abbotsford, 30 seconds.
Well, I'm not sure what she meant, Mr. Speaker, when she said get on with it and get on with that. What that is, whatever that is, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we've been consistent on this side of the House to support seniors, to speak up on behalf of seniors. Throughout this whole pandemic, it is Conservatives that have been pushing this government to step into the breach, to support the seniors that are vulnerable across our country, and we will continue to do that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so glad to be in this House today to talk about this important motion. We're talking about the Guaranteed Income Supplement and what we need to do to ensure that seniors can make it through life in Canada right now. One of the greatest jobs that I have had before becoming a Member of Parliament was being a constituency assistant for 11 years for the Joe Preston. I'm the Member of Parliament for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Nice guy, that's correct. For 11 years, I got to work with him, and some of the things that I worked on were cases for the Canada Revenue Agency, the Service Canada, Foreign Affairs, Passport Canada, all of those things. And one of the most important things I did with the customer service that we need to our constituents was sitting down with constituents who would come into our office and say, I need to apply for something. I am only bringing in $700 for my pension, and I get a little top up from the old age security, but I don't have any money, and the cost of living for me is much higher than that. So I had the opportunity to work with seniors in my community in Elgin, Middlesex, London before entering this place for 11 years to understand the struggles that our seniors are going through. And I look at the experience that I had from 2004 to 2015 and recognize that times have changed. Times have changed greatly. I want to go back to looking at why people get the Guaranteed Income Supplement in the first place. These are our seniors that are over the age of 65 that are not making enough money to pay for those bills. They are looking for a little extra because the cost of living continues to rise. They are in many cases on fixed incomes. They may have some annuities, they may have things like that, but many times they know that at the end of the month, then the third day, last business day of the month, that they're going to receive their old age security, their CPP, and a top-up of their GIS if they're in low income. I know at the beginning of this pandemic, like all of the members in this House, we had phone calls from everybody. There were phone calls coming from small businesses. There were people calling from parents that needed to go to work and there was no place to put their child. There was a lot of things happening at that time. So along with the government, it was important that we worked to find resolution and to find solutions for seniors who are having a very difficult time, for people across this country that were having a very good time. And just last year, of course, this government has continued to talk about how they give every senior $500. Well, it was great because on behalf of my campaign, I would like to thank so many people who said, I don't need this money. This is a universal input. I don't need this money, giving it to my campaign or giving it to charitable charities. But what is important here is there are these seniors that from check to check, from month to month, they do not know what their incomes are going to be, or they know what their incomes are going to be, but they do not know what to expect in their costs. And a lot of this comes from the cost of inflation. And so I bring this back to always talking, if anyone who knows me, you know I'm a mom of 5, and you know that I love my mom and dad. And my dad is one of the most inspirational persons that I have in my life. And the things that we talk about with my dad are the costs of groceries. My dad will go through the flyer each and every week. He will say to me, well, No Frills has a ham on sale, and the Eye of the Round is on sale at A&P. This is what my dad does. So when I know the prices have gone up, I know it's because my dad, my Mr. Shopper guy, my 85-year-old senior father who goes out for groceries can tell you that things have changed. I want to share, before I get into my dad's grocery bill, I want to share with you a couple scenarios that were brought into my office. Jenna in my office has been there since 2015 and has worked with seniors for years. So when she calls me panicking, that means that there's a problem. She calls panicking because she knows that there are seniors that aren't paying their mortgage, seniors that aren't able to pay their rent that month, seniors that cannot afford their bills or their medications. And that's because of what has happened today with the GIS. I've heard to a lot of this conversation, and I will let you know, as a constituency assistant, I always believe that there's a solution. So last year when we were talking about this, my solution was to call the Minister of Seniors, where I was truly scuffed off. I explained to her my experience, I explained to her what I've seen, and basically I was told that it would all work out. Well, let me tell you why it has not worked out, and I want to read these scenarios for you. Scenario 1. Lady in her 70s, never retired and continues to work until the pandemic hit, and her place of employment closed permanently. She went on CERB through Service Canada and collected the full amount. She continuously looked for work and switched from CRB to CERB to CRB, but due to her age, she was unable to find employment. She thought she was being responsible and used the CRB to pay down her line of credit that she had, so what she was officially retired, as it looked like she was going to have to. She also had less monthly expenses. Because she was unable to option off for CRB, she is no longer entitled to the GIS, and her monthly income is approximately $1,100 a month. So $1,100 a month. Well, I can tell you, if you want to rent an apartment in my town right now, $1,200 a month. If you want to rent one in London, $1,200 a month. If you want to go to a one-bedroom, maybe one bedroom where you're sharing those amenities, maybe $700. But most seniors do not have that flexibility. So you're asking a senior who's making $1,100 a month to feed themselves, to pay the rent and all of that, and it's all okay. And the Minister of Seniors knew this last year when I was talking to her. 7 months later, this person making $1,100 is still making $1,100. So it's great that we're going to be pushing through this legislation, and I know that we need to do this, but we have to reflect on how we got here in the first place. This government was not listening. When they knew this problem happened last year, the member from Abbotsford talked about that. He talked about, we've been bringing this up for a year. That means these seniors that I'm talking about, my scenarios, that means that each and every month they're having to choose between food or their electricity. This is what these seniors are having to do. The second scenario I'd like to bring to you is a gentleman who was not entitled to CRA received $14,000 in 2020. He is now trying to live on approximately $1,100. The province is now trying to assist him as he can barely pay for his rent or income. We have looked at some different scenarios. We know that, let's say you were a worse person working at Walmart and you made $500. You were being given a $2,000 CRB payment. We know that. But do you really expect these seniors thought that this government was going to turn around and say, hey, we're cutting you off your GIS and this is taxable? Yes, all of the parliamentarians here, the 338 people that would have voted to ensure that seniors and that Canadians had these benefits were going to do that. And we knew that there was going to be mistakes. But it's almost been 2 years, and the mistake has not been fixed. So there's the problem here. And so when the member from Abbotsford is talking about the mistakes that are being made and what the Liberal government did, let's not reflect that you've had time to change what you're doing, and that for months you've sat on your hands while seniors are going without. That is the bottom line. And now let's talk about that $1,100 and what it can actually afford now. So I want to really talk to you about the fact that we really don't have a lot of money to pay. These seniors don't have a lot of money to pay for these extending expenses. The cost of living continues to go up. And I want to talk about my dad. My dad's probably watching today because that's what he does when he's 85 years old. He sits in his house with my mom, who's 81. They go out, they get groceries, they go for a drive, they do simple things like that, and especially during COVID, have not had a lot of opportunities to go and enjoy life. But what my parents do enjoy is grocery shopping. And what they do enjoy is looking at the prices of food. So what I did was I looked at the cost of living, and I looked at the costs that were being given by Stats Canada. So my parents' shopping list, comparing it from March of 2020 to December 31st of 2021, cornflakes have gone up from $5.88 to $8. Oh, that's not cornflakes. Cornflakes have gone up from $5.88 to $6.67. $1 doesn't seem like a big deal, but $1 makes a lot when you don't have a lot of dollars to add together. Bacon, $6.96. $6.96 for bacon. $8.66 nowadays. And I don't care, right now I'll be honest, to all of those out there, I love listening to the Liberals talk about bacon. If you want to eat your bacon, go for it. You have the right to do so. It's your choice. Gas. Now this is the one thing that really, really concerns me, is the cost of gas. Gas was 91 cents going into this pandemic in March of 2020. Today, it's $1.41. Or actually, in December, it was $1.41. Today, in the city of St. Thomas and in the city of London, it's $1.57. So if my father wanted to go out and take my mom out for a drive to go get a bacon sandwich, they can't afford to do it very much anymore, now can they? And I think of my parents as pretty frugal and pretty safe with their money. They're brilliant when it comes to financing. I think of those seniors who are living alone, who are looking for help, and are living alone and isolated. I think of those seniors who may not have somebody else's income to help them. I think of those seniors that need somebody to come and clean their house or need to have extra things for PPE. None of that stuff available. I would like to say to this government, of course I'm going to support the change to the GIS. Of course I supported these things coming out. But you should have fixed it last year. The government should have fixed it last year. And please, get back on track so that the next future generation is not lost like you've done to this generation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I see a consensus that is forming. The member talks about our seniors in a manner in which I often talk about our seniors. We value their contributions from the past and many more contributions yet to come. And one of the issues is ensuring that they have disposable income. That's why we created many of the programs that we had put in place, much of which was supported by the Conservatives. And yes, at times there's mistakes that do need to be corrected, and that's what this legislation does. It's an important piece of legislation, and just to be very clear, the member supports the legislation, but she would also want to see it passed this week too, I would think.
Makes sense.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
To the member across, I would like to have seen it passed last year. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe you're calling upon me, is that right?
Yay.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my Conservative colleague's speech makes it very clear for me that she's extremely sincere about wanting to help seniors. She laid out the financial difficulties facing many seniors. I have the following question for her. We know that seniors are getting poorer. That's well documented. That's why in our party, we are indignant and we have repeatedly asked that old age security and the guaranteed income supplement need to be increased significantly as of the age of 65. This is the most important government social safety net program. Does my colleague agree with this? The idea of raising these programs as of 65.
Honourable Député de Elgin.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Of course, this is one of the strongest programs that we do have in our social safety net. When we know that the cost of living has gone up to 5%, but the seniors are only getting an increase of 2.8%, of course it has to be increased. They cannot pay for the bills. So until this government gets the inflation under control, I think that we need to look at all of this. When we're talking about seniors programs, we need to look at the important bill put forward by the member from Sarnia-Lambton. We need to look at the RIFs and RSPs. There's a lot of things that we need to look at because every senior has individual needs, and so that program needs to be solid. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, she talked about her parents watching the member from Elgin Middlesex London, and certainly they must be very proud. They've got a wonderful daughter, and I always appreciate her interventions. But, Mr. Speaker, I have issue with her party when it comes to seniors. They voted against really important NDP proposals. Pharmacare, that would help seniors make sure they get access medicine. Dental care for those that can't afford it. A guaranteed annual livable income so that no seniors are living in poverty. They even voted against taxing the CEOs and closing tax loopholes for them, or tax havens for the super wealthy that would pay for those programs, Mr. Speaker. Now, Eleanor Joy from Parksville is telling me that clawback has made it impossible for her to be able to buy food, pay her medicine, and pay her rent. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, through you to her, doesn't she agree that the government should be paying for the pandemic recovery off the backs of billionaires, not off the poorest of Canadians, especially our seniors?
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Well, thank you very much. There are so many different parts to that question that I would like to answer. But when we're talking about that, he's talking about taxing more to the wealthy. I believe that we did see through this pandemic, we did see a K-shaped recovery. We did see the richer get rich and the poor get poor. That is absolutely what we've seen today. But I think right now what we need to do is give greater opportunities. We need to look at our healthcare system and recognize that what we thought was a great system did fail us. And so what can we do to ensure that we have a universal healthcare system that works for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast? Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member, or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Looking forward to taking us into question period and being here today to talk about Bill C-12, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act. And it's interesting, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford used most of his speech to criticize what he called mocking, which none of that was happening on this side, but is using this opportunity to heckle me, which is interesting. Just shameful. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. But it seems I'm very popular today, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the warm welcome I'm receiving from the opposition. It's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Honourable colleagues, wonderful. This bill would exempt pandemic relief benefits from the calculation of the guaranteed income supplement or allowance benefits beginning in July 2022. Allow me to explain, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit was put in place very quickly in 2020, voted by unanimous consent by the members here to help people avoid the catastrophic income loss of COVID-19. During the unprecedented pandemic, required an unprecedented response. The CERB and then the Canadian Recovery Benefit did just that. They allowed Canadians who didn't know what was next not to have to worry or choose between a roof over their head or putting food on their table. But these benefits are now having an impact on some vulnerable seniors. And Mr. Speaker, I forgot, but I would like to share my time with the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. Oh, yes. It's heartening to hear the members of the opposition wanting me to go to the full 20, Mr. Speaker, but I will share my time. The GIS is a income-tested benefit to allow low-income seniors who receive the old age security pension. Every July, an individual's entitlement for the GIS or allowance is reassessed based on the individual's income or combined income of a couple as reported on their income tax return. The Income Tax Act defines pandemic relief benefits as taxable income, which has meant that they are also considered as income when they are determining entitlement to GIS or allowance benefits. Unfortunately, that means that some GIS allowance recipients may be facing lower benefit payments because of the income they received from these pandemic benefits. This is the unprecedented aftermath for an unprecedented response to an unprecedented crisis. We need to move quickly to resolve this situation, but it seems my time is up for the moment and hope to come back to finish my speech after question period, Mr. Speaker.
For the moment being the operative word, the honourable member will have 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining when we resume debate. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, today I am speaking in memory of Erna Paris. I didn't know her, but I can continue to learn from her even after she has passed away, from her writing and her inspiration. So today we celebrate her life. She was a mother and she was dearly loved. She was a writer and a thinker, and she didn't just educate people, she also inspired. In fact, one of her proudest moments was that her book, Long Shadows, Truth, Lies, and History, was cited as the inspiration for a motion brought in this place to have an apology to First Nations people, Indigenous peoples for the residential school's history. She was a member of the Order of Canada. She passed away recently, but Mr. Speaker, we can all continue to learn and be inspired by her voice. Rest in peace, Erna Paris.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday, the community of Yarmouth in the riding of West Nova lost a beloved citizen, our friend Terry Muse, at the young age of 62. On the day of his passing, EHS paramedics, Yarmouth Regional Hospital ER, hospital staff, police officers, firefighters, friends, and family gathered outside his home to pay tribute and honor his memory. Terry was a father, a husband, a brother, a friend, a colleague, and a well-respected paramedic who went above and beyond his passion to serve his community for well over 44 years. For those who had the opportunity to meet Terry, would agree with me that he was such a kind-hearted soul that he had a heart at least 10 times larger than Nova Scotia itself. Whether he was talking about his visits to Graceland as Elvis Presley's biggest fan or about a Red Sox game, he was truly a generous and enjoyable person that you would want to be around. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute is way too short to honor Terry's memory, but I still wanted to honor him in one last time. To his friend and his wife, Sandra, his 2 sons, Luke and Matt, I would like to once again offer my deepest sympathy and condolences. Terry, you'll be greatly missed. May you rest in peace.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of Black History Month, I'm proud to rise today to speak on 2 principled and influential groups in my community of Newmarket, Aurora. Throughout the last 2 years, we have seen how COVID-19 has exposed systemic barriers for our Black and racialized community across Newmarket, Aurora, and indeed throughout Canada. Both the Aurora Black Community, or ABC, and the Newmarket African Caribbean Canadian Association, or NACA, are leaders for both educating and sharing while creating an inclusive and connected community. Mr. Speaker, this month, as we rejoice in the virtues of ally and leadership, I want to thank ABC and NACA for their continued and ongoing contributions to our community of Newmarket, Aurora. From each corner of our community, ABC and NACA have been trailblazers for enacting real and permanent change in Newmarket and Aurora. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. La Resource, a local organization, does remarkable work to ensure that the gains made in helping people with disabilities are maintained. This organization allows them to benefit from financial resources that are available to them. To ensure the continuity of its services, La Resource needs money and relies, amongst other things, on donations. Throughout the year, it organizes fundraisers, and fortunately, it can rely on people such as Mr. Tremblay to help them reach their goal. A few weeks ago, Mr. Pierre Tremblay initiated an event with Domaine du Lac Parent, a virtual fishing tournament, and people from all over Abitibi, Témiscamingue, and outside the region were invited to send a picture of their catch of the day and participate in a draw. In closing, I would like to appeal to the generosity of the people in my region. Please make a donation for their 25th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February 11th, 1990, Nelson Mandela was freed after 27 years in prison. We all know why he was robbed of so much of his life, and we all know the sacrifices he made so that millions of people oppressed by a deeply racist and inhumane system could have the same rights as the minority that crushed them.
What Nelson Mandela accomplished for his country on the international level as well was monumental. However, his work is not finished. Now more than ever, when misinformed explanations try to muffle reality, and when some look away from the truth because it makes them uncomfortable, we should actively continue our work to combat racism and discrimination in its various forms. Precious moments of our lives pass us by. The hours turn into days, weeks, and months, and opportunities to seek out one another pass us by as well. We lose that possibility to love one another, to get to know each other, and maybe create a lifetime of beautiful memories. In the end, when we have lived our lives, these are the only things that will matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I congratulate a very dedicated member of Northern BC, Judy Desjardins. Last month, Judy was elected chief of the Blueberry River First Nations, and just yesterday served her very first day as chief. Judy said she is dedicated to bring unity back and building a prosperous future for her nation. For almost 2 decades, Judy and her husband, Boomer, have owned top-notch oilfield contracting, providing good jobs and opportunity throughout our area. Judy has been a very vocal advocate for her community and for developing our abundant natural resources in Northern BC. Judy is a busy mom to Trinity Angel Dawson and deeply loves and respects her 81-year-old granny, Elder May Dominic. We all congratulate Judy on her election, and I look forward to working with her. Judy, may God continue to bless you and guide you as the mantle of leadership at the Blueberry is placed on your very capable shoulders. Lead on, Judy, lead on.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the past few weeks have made clear that our democracy can and is being threatened. Constituents are rightly asking what the federal government is doing on their behalf. The invocation of the Emergencies Act is an extraordinary measure, but one that's justified by the current circumstances. Certain extra powers will be given to the federal government so that it can help bring the crisis to an end. These will be time-limited and subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Crucially, the military will not play an enforcement role. I also know that constituents want to help counter extremism because the government cannot solve this on its own. To them I say, do not despair. Volunteer for a local nonprofit focused on a cause that you care about. Condemn hate and the mistreatment of journalists. Speak up against misinformation. Join a political party that best reflects your values. Volunteer for political candidates you believe in. Most of all, show kindness. Kindness builds trust, and trust between citizens is what ultimately holds democracy together. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to address something that is affecting all Canadians. My riding of Kitchener South Hespeler is home to 2 Toyota plants, which directly employ over 5,000 employees. The situation at the Ambassador Bridge had a direct impact on the many constituents in my riding who work in the auto sector when the plants were forced to close for several days. Using blockades in cities and at border crossings has disrupted the lives of families across this country. I've heard from constituents in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler, thousands of whom were sent home from work as a direct result of the blockades. This is hurting our neighbours, crippling the manufacturing industry, disrupting the supply chain, and making life even harder for all Canadians that have already gone through so much. I encourage and ask that all levels of government continue to work together on the current situation at our border crossings and allow Canadians to return to work.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, almost 8 months ago, Canadians watched in horror as a devastating wildfire destroyed Lytton. Sadly, there are still no permits issued to rebuild homes or businesses. We are still waiting on debris removal. residents are still waiting to hear if the land they once called home is ready to rebuild on. Many are worried the living expenses covered by their insurance companies and the Red Cross will run out before construction begins. The municipality itself faces the onerous task of replacing its records lost in the fire. It is still lacking today electricity, water, wastewater, telecommunications, and even a reliable post office. I'd like to recognize the BC government's $8.3 million in funding, but more needs to be done. Lytton needs help. The village cannot wait any longer. My constituents cannot wait any longer. We need to return the community to the people who made Lytton what it was. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker.
Today to recognize the 34th anniversary of the Sumgait pogrom, which took place in February 1988 when a large number of Armenians were subjected to mass killing and persecution by Azerbaijani forces as a result of their aspiration to live freely and with dignity.
Many residents of Laval-Les-Îles remember these horrific acts and are disheartened that the same policy of hatred and persecution continues to haunt the Armenian people to this day, while Armenia and Artsakh continue to face endless aggression from Azerbaijan, and many of their military personnel continue to be illegally held as prisoners of war.
Through multilateralism, Canada will continue to bring its constructive input in the peaceful and fair resolution of this conflict while ensuring that Armenians and other minorities live peacefully, free of hate and discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, hard-working Canadians are frustrated with this Liberal government, and rightfully so. We see oil tankers full coming in on the East Coast from dictatorships, from human rights abusers, and those who have no respect for the environment. Yet, our ethically produced, environmentally responsible, job-creating Alberta oil is blocked from getting to the market. Canada is blessed with the third largest proven oil reserves on the planet. We have among the toughest environmental standards and employment standards. We have the foundation to be an energy independent country with enough left over to export. That is why it is so unacceptable that Canada imports energy from 114 other countries. It's time for this Liberal government to end energy imports. It's time for this Liberal government to support Canada's energy independence. It's time for this Liberal government to support Canadians. Annabelle, loud and proud.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, my Conservative caucus colleagues and I had the distinct privilege of carrying through our motion to review and amend our Canadian Constitution. By unanimously removing a long-standing tax provision that granted special treatment to a large corporation, all members of this House played a critical role in opening up and fixing an error in our Constitution. Although not necessarily a headline-grabbing initiative, removing red tape and unfair provisions of our Constitution is an important task and a part of our responsibility to our constituents that have entrusted us and sent us all here. Tensions have been running high in this House for weeks as we debate issues that are important and have direct impact on the future of all Canadians. Given the fraught environment we currently find ourselves in, it is not lost on me the rarity of finding unanimous consent on any issue. So I thank members of this House, especially my 13 Saskatchewan Conservative colleagues, for the show of unity and getting this important work done. Thank you, and we will always be on Saskatchewan's side. After all, if we don't respect the Constitution, do we have respect for anything?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, today I proudly salute the national flag of Canada. It was 57 years ago that our beloved flag was raised on Parliament Hill for the first time. This enduring symbol represents our core national values of democracy and justice. In my life and in my time in public service, I've seen the high regard Canadians and people around the globe have for our flag. I've had the honor of joining countless citizenship ceremonies over the years where new and born Canadians took immense pride both in our flag and in being part of our broader Canadian family. Today, I encourage all Canadians to proudly display the flag that iconic and internationally recognizable maple leaf, which symbolizes Canada, the land, and its people. Le drapeau.
The national flag of Canada symbolizes hope and prosperity, as well as peace, tranquility, and neutrality. To all Canadians, happy Flag Day.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Nutchallet people lost a hero last fall. Willard Gallick Sr. was a respected elder of the Sishat First Nation. He passed at the age of 81 following a life of joy and accomplishment. He dedicated his life to standing up for Nutchallet rights, treaty negotiations, and language and culture. He worked on the docks and was an active member of Local 503 of the International Longshoremen's Union, becoming the first Indigenous person to be elected of their president of their local, and eventually international vice president. I met Willard when he invited me to a Reclaiming Lost Souls for Residential School Survivor ceremony in 2019. On that day, he told us the residential school was put on Sishat land without permission of his people, but he called for a new beginning. We want to set souls free. We want to send them home, he said. The Indian agent had come for a 6-year-old Willard in 1946, but his dad stood firm, and Willard wasn't taken. You're not taking him, Willard told the story of his dad confronting the agent, and my mom backed him up, he said. It was an act of courage that shaped the life of Kiki Kea, a hero to his people. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we underscore a sad anniversary. On February 15th, 1939, was a sad day. There was a national liberation for democracy and the equality of peoples. We think it is our heritage to defend the rights of patriots. It is my duty as a politician and the duty of all Quebecers to remember the history of Terrebonne. It is where the first protest took place between loyalists and others. They were treated as traitors by the British. The Patriot flag is not just a symbol of rebellion. It is the choice of a people to choose its destiny. Being a patriot is not just being a rebel. It's also believing in democracy. Thank you. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, last night, an Olympic record was set in Beijing. Our speed skating team won a gold medal. We'd like to congratulate these Canadian women for their wonderful performance. I'd also like to particularly congratulate Valérie Maltin, our great pride. They won 2 medals in 2 different disciplines, and they have received medals in 2 different types of competitive skating, and this is the result of all the sacrifices you have made. Your perseverance and determination have set you apart today. They're an example for all Canadians. Congratulations once again, Valérie, and to your parents. And long live the Saguenay tradition in skating.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour Wendell Waggle, who sadly passed in January. He proudly hailed from Windsor, graduated from Osgoode Hall in 1959, and began a career in law that he so dearly loved. I met him and had the honour of working with him at Hughes Amos, Mr. Speaker. The man, or W as he was known, was a giant, an icon, intimidating and inspirational at the same time, but most of all, a true gentleman of the profession. He was a mentor to several generations of lawyers, myself included. A top litigation lawyer, appointed Queen's Counsel in 1972, Wendell was respected by all. He generously shared his knowledge and wisdom both in teaching and serving as president of the Advocate Society and many other organizations. Wendell was kind and giving, a loving husband, stepfather, grandpa, and friend. Wendell will be deeply missed, but not forgotten. Rest in peace, Mr. Waggle.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister invoked the Emergencies Act. 24 hours in, and there are more questions than answers. Questions about whether this is justified, questions around if the criteria is met, questions around what this means to Canadians' rights and freedoms. Parliamentary approval is required in order for the Prime Minister to use this unprecedented sledgehammer. So, can the Prime Minister tell us, when will Parliament be debating this? Will it be coming to us on Friday? And does he expect that we will look at it Friday, but then rise, take a week off, and not actually deal with this until March?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after discussions with Cabinet and caucus, after consultations with the premiers of all provinces and territories, after conversation with the opposition leaders, we decided to invoke the Emergencies Act to supplement provincial and territorial capacity to address the blockades and occupations. I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The scope of these measures are time-limited and geographically targeted. They are reasonable and proportionate to the threats they are meant to address, and they are fully to be compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to reassure all Canadians that this is the right thing to move forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I had a very simple question to the Prime Minister he was not able to answer. It would appear this could be more political drama for the Prime Minister. He name-calls people that he disagrees with. He wedges, he divides, he stigmatizes. Yet in spite of all of his failure, Coote's border has cleared. Windsor has opened up. Provinces and police are doing their jobs, and blockades are starting to come down. But the Prime Minister thinks that now is the time to use this extreme measure and invoke the Emergencies Act. Isn't it true that the Prime Minister's actions could serve to actually make things worse and not make things better?
Exactly. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is about keeping Canadians safe, protecting their communities and neighbourhoods, and ensuring the jobs and our economy.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm trying to hear the answer, and I'm having a very difficult time. There's some shouting going on. I'm going to have to ask the honourable members to maybe just keep it down. And if you've got something that you're not agreeing with, talk amongst yourself with someone next to you. You don't have to shout it out to the person across the floor. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you are absolutely right. This is a time for responsible leadership, not crass partisanship. The situation requires additional tools not held by other federal, provincial, or territorial law. It's what responsible leadership requires. These measures must be and will be compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We will always defend the rights of Canadians to peaceful assembly and to freedom of expression, but these blockades need to end, and unfortunately, Conservative politicians continue to encourage the leaders of these blockades.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Well, let's get down to the basics of what this is really about. This is about the Prime Minister's ideological attachment to keeping COVID restrictions and mandates. 63% of Canadians want the restrictions and mandates to end. Conservatives presented a motion yesterday asking simply for a plan, but the Prime Minister is in denial and is ignoring the science. He might as well be back at the cottage because he's doing nothing productive or constructive to help this situation. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians when he will end the divisive, outdated, and unscientific mandate and restrictions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, this is a time for responsible leadership to end these blockades. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to play partisan games. The Conservative member of Provencher just yesterday...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut off the Prime Minister just for a second. And heckling is usually throwing one comment out. Clever, hopefully, although not always necessary. But what I'm hearing is someone bullying and trying to drown someone out. That's not heckling. I just want everyone to take a deep breath, and I'll let the Prime Minister start from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, we see that even in a moment of extremely challenging times, when people are moving forward with responsible leadership and responsible tools, the Conservatives can't help themselves but play crass political games and divide. The Conservative member for Provencher just yesterday embraced the leaders of this blockade and amplified their cause. The Conservative member for Yorkton Melville said this weekend that blockaders who ripped down fencing around our national war memorial are patriots. The Conservative leadership contender from Carleton continues to say he's proud.
L'honorable député de Louis. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for 17 days, the Prime Minister didn't lift a finger over what was happening in Ottawa. Instead, he insulted people who didn't share his opinion. As a result, yesterday, the Prime Minister pulled out an act that hasn't been used for half a century. He didn't consult the premiers. He just informed them. But more than half of them are against this. And the Prime Minister is simply pouring oil on the fire. Why does the Prime Minister always try to cover up his inaction in this way? The Honourable Prime Minister. Since the outset, Mr. Speaker, we've been working responsibly with local authorities, with various jurisdictions to combat this illegal blockade. And we will continue to ensure that local police have all the tools they need. And that's precisely what we did yesterday. We brought additional tools to the table that local police, the police of jurisdiction, can use when dealing with blockades and roadblocks. I know the opposition tends to support those who are blocking our economy, but we do not. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have seen in recent days that things were improving without the Emergencies Act. That happened in Ontario, it happened in Alberta, and it could have happened here in Ottawa. But no, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister would prefer to invoke legislation that hasn't been used in 50 years, to continue to divide and insult and provoke instead of looking for a compromise. Why does the Prime Minister not consult Canadians and premiers, including his own member from Louis Hébert? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are sick and tired of COVID and restrictions, but they're also tired of people blocking their streets and impeding their access to goods and services. And that's why we've had to take responsible steps to allow the provinces and local jurisdictions to maintain supply chains and keep our streets clear of illegal demonstrations. We will always be there to support our police forces with the tools that are charter consistent and to protect our values and rights. The honourable member for Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa has lost control over Ottawa, but the Ambassador Bridge situation was solved without the Emergencies Act. The situation in Quebec was managed very well without the Emergencies Act. The Prime Minister made a commitment to limit the geographic use of the Emergencies Act, but the actual order doesn't say that at all. Will the Prime Minister promise to explicitly exclude Quebec from the application of this emergency order? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act gives additional tools to police forces all across the country in an emergency situation, as we've seen all over the country, more or less, and in many places. They have managed to deal with these barricades, but we know that the risk remains a fact, and it's up to local police in Quebec or elsewhere. They will have the tools available to them if they need them, Mr. Speaker. Those measures are proportionate, they're responsible, and they will only be used if needed by local police. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker,
The parties at the National Assembly in Quebec aren't interested. The government of Quebec is not interested. The Bloc Québécois is not interested either. And I hear among our neighbors that Alberta's not interested, Saskatchewan's not interested, Manitoba's not interested. Is the Prime Minister shopping around? Is he looking for support to impose legislation in Quebec against Quebec's will? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act applies against illegal barricades and blockades that may crop up here and there all around the country. This is a response that we have come up with. It's responsible, it's proportionate, and it's limited both in time and in its geographic application. And it still protects our rights and freedoms under the Charter. We are reacting responsibly, and we will continue to be there for Canadians who are suffering. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Sadly, we are in this crisis because we've seen a failure to take this crisis seriously at all levels of government. And now we're seeing Indigenous and racialized people look at the double standard that the convoy is being treated as compared to those protesters. And we also have deeply disturbing reports of military and police personnel who've expressed sympathy and support for the convoy. So will the Prime Minister provide assurances in this House that the police will use the powers given to protect people and not support the occupation?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the measured and responsible use of the Emergencies Act that we announced yesterday gives specific time-limited, proportional tools to police of local jurisdiction and their partners to be able to ensure that these illegal blockades end, to make sure that people who have now fully been heard by all Canadians choose to go home. These are the things that Canadians expect from their orders of government, and I can say that we have worked extremely closely across orders of government with all different police of jurisdiction to ensure that Canadians get their streets and their lives back.
Member for Burnaby South.
On est dans une crise nationale.
We're in a national crisis, and we aren't seeing the end of it yet. Weapons were found in Coutts, and the situation is getting worse in Ottawa. So obviously, an end must be put to this occupation. But it's also clear that there's no occupation in Quebec. So is the Prime Minister willing to promise that these emergency measures will not be applied where they're not needed? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act makes extra tools available to local governments and local police forces supported by the RCMP if needed. We're not going to impose anything anywhere where it's not needed. These are simply tools that local police may or may not use. It's up to them. It's a matter of ensuring that we have all the tools we need to ensure that we put an end to these illegal blockades.
Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the invocation of the Emergencies Act for the first time in Canadian history is a damning indictment on the failure of this Prime Minister to address the situation. The Prime Minister once said, I quote, "When a government asks its citizens to give up even a small portion of their liberty, it is not simply enough to say, trust us. That trust must be earned, it must be checked, and it must be renewed." These are his words.
Canadians flew, as Confederate flags flew, they went out and they gave coffee. They took pictures. They have absolutely the opposite of responsible leadership. Instead of de-escalating, they escalated at every turn.
Can we go on? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all want the blockade outside Parliament to end quickly and peacefully. The inaction of this government has forced them to play catch-up and to impose emergency legislation. They would do well to learn from the premiers who have managed to control the demonstrators without special legislation. Will the Prime Minister promise not to use his emergency powers in the many provinces opposed to them? Mr. Speaker, it was the former leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Regina Capel, who said that it was unacceptable to have demonstrations blocking critical infrastructure. And what is the Conservative Party doing today? Today, the Conservative Party is taking selfies and encouraging tweets. That's not responsible, what they're doing. It's completely irresponsible. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, it's the government. They're the ones who are irresponsible. I'll repeat my question, and I would invite the leader to listen to the question. PEI, New Brunswick, Alberta, Quebec, they're not interested in public health measures. They're sick and tired of them. The government should not require the provinces to suffer under these public health measures, these restrictions. The Honourable Government House Leader. That's so irresponsible. We have a duty, all of us here have a duty to protect Canadians. It's not just on our duty on this side of the House of Commons. And I want to make it clear, it's time to stop the tweets and the encouragement of people demonstrating outside. It is time to take reasonable steps, reasonable action, and it's time for the Conservative Party to act responsibly.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Are you done now? For 2 years, the Prime Minister has insisted he is making decisions based...
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the Speaker. I'll let her restart her question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
From the top.
Again, my apologies. For 2 years, the Prime Minister has insisted he is making decisions based on science. Canadians sacrificed, they isolated, closed businesses, got vaccinated because experts advised it was the safest way forward. Now, those same experts say it is time to ease restrictions. Premiers are listening, but this Prime Minister believes he knows better and has invoked the Emergency Measures Act. Does the Prime Minister intend to force provinces to implement measures they and science disagree with?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'll tell you what I'm done with. I'm done with seeing as this protest continues, as illegal actions continue that cost billions of dollars to businesses, that terrorize downtown residents. I am tired of seeing Conservative tweets, such as the member from Bravanchet who's saying that he supports it, the member for Yorkton Melville saying that that ripping down barricades in front of a war memorial is a patriotic act, watching somebody who aspires to be leader of Conservative Party saying that what's happening outside is something he stands by. That is enough. Please, it's time to end this. Stop supporting what's going on outside.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the rest of the world is opening up and returning returning to normal. Where the science supports it, provinces are providing Canadians with hope for the first time in 2 years, contrary to this Prime Minister, whose lack of leadership has brought him to invoke the Emergency Measures Act, traumatizing Canadians. He is well aware that many provinces are opposed to these measures. He is also well aware that the science says that they are not needed. Will this Prime Minister force provinces to implement measures that they had independently decided to remove?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the lowest death rates in the world, one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. It has met the challenge of this pandemic. But what has not been met in this hour of history is that as the chaos descended outside, as protesters began to shut down critical infrastructure, we had lawmakers, people of this House, going out and encouraging their activity. And I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, if they didn't have lawmakers who were elected by constituents encouraging their illegal actions, when would this have been over? I think it would have been over a lot sooner.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said yesterday that the Emergencies Act wasn't something to be taken lightly. Indeed, it hasn't even been used since it was passed in 1988, before I was even born. It's really supposed to be the very last resort. The Prime Minister himself said it's not the first tool we've used, not even the second or third. Well, he didn't use a first tool, a second tool, or a third tool. He used 0 tools before he came up with the most extreme option. Is that really reasonable? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's true that a lot of progress has been made at the borders in Surrey and Coutts and Windsor, where the Ambassador Bridge is now reopened. That's good for trade. But yesterday, we invoked the Emergencies Act in order to provide new tools, innovative tools, to help police forces put an end to this illegal blockade. That is what a responsible government does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not get in touch with the people who have besieged Parliament for 19 days now. He didn't send his share of the 1,800 law enforcement officers requested by the City of Ottawa. He didn't create a crisis unit, including all governments and police forces. He didn't consult his partners in Quebec and the provinces before informing them of his decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. Does the Prime Minister believe that this legislation should really be the first step the government has taken in response? The Honourable Minister. With all due respect, perhaps my colleague hasn't been aware of the news. There have been 3 installments of RCMP being loaned to local police enforcement in Ottawa and in Windsor, and now the Ambassador Bridge is open again. That's good for the economy. That's good for everyone. So we've done a lot, but we have to also consider further tools, new tools, to help the police finally put an end to this illegal blockade. Thank you. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Premier of Quebec was clear. Quebec doesn't need the Emergencies Act. The government of Quebec doesn't want it. The National Assembly is unanimously opposed to this being used in Quebec. But yesterday, the Prime Minister said it would be geographically limited. But the Order in Council applies all across Canada, including Quebec. Why is the Prime Minister, who claims to be consulting, why has he decided to run roughshod over Quebec's request once again? Why should this law apply in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague that we are going to continue to offer resources under this act. Yesterday, we invoked the Emergencies Act. It's temporary, it's limited in scope, and the measures are targeted. This tool will be implemented together with the provinces and territories, even Quebec. Thank you.
Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday during a press conference, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Some people will say we moved too quickly. Other people will say, no, we should have acted weeks ago. The reality is this: the Emergencies Act is not something to take lightly. It is not the first thing you turn to, nor the second, nor the third. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please tell Canadians what first, second, and third actions he took before invoking the emergency?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Right from the outset of the blockades and the disruptions that were taking place in Ottawa, and then the blockades at our critical infrastructure at our ports of entry, our government has worked with municipal and provincial partners right across the country in order to ensure that they had the resources and the support they needed to keep Canadians safe.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask the Minister to repeat. I'm right next to you, or to the Honourable Member, and I can't hear it because of the shouting. If I can ask the Honourable Minister to start from the top so that at least I can hear it, and hopefully the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Macquarie can hear the answer.
First, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually very glad to see that the Conservatives have once again changed their position on something important. Whereas first they supported these blockades, and now that they recognize that this is a largely foreign-funded, targeted, and coordinating attack on Canadian critical infrastructure, they flip-flop. Good for them. We're all getting used to it.
The member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, I think the person or the party that has flip-flopped is the Liberals. Last week, you said you had all the tools you needed, they needed to do this. And now we have an Emergency Measures Act.
Yeah.
We were told we would never need federal vaccine mandates. That changed. Now you're saying it's just jurisdiction. How can we trust this government? How much authority does the Prime Minister need to set an unprecedented Emergency Measures Act? How much authority does he need?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. A largely foreign-funded, targeted, and coordinating attack on critical Canadian infrastructure at our borders is hurting Canada and harming Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, it was equally clear that we needed to do more, and we would have to do what was required. Mr. Speaker, we've introduced measures that will create greater financial scrutiny and financial consequences for the people who are engaged in this criminal behavior. The evidence of firearms at Coots elevates the risk to Canadian security and safety, and we will do what is required to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the Prime Minister said that the Ottawa Police had enough resources to deal with the protesters.
That's right.
And on Monday, he calls for emergency measures. Boy, that escalated quickly. He had 17 days to act, and after hiding at his cottage on his MacBook for the first week, he did nothing but divide and stigmatize. Mr. Speaker, the constituents in Saskatoon West want to know what changed in the Prime Minister's mind over the weekend to justify such drastic measures.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that the RCMP has been supporting and aiding the Ottawa Police Service to enforce public safety, not only here in Ottawa, but in Windsor, where we've reopened the Ambassador Bridge, in Coots, where the border's reopened, in Surrey, where the border's reopened, and that's good. It's good for the economy. It's good for Canadians who can get back to work, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday's invocation of the Emergencies Act is meant to secure those gains so that we give the police all of the tools that they need, whether it's declaring certain zones which are adjacent to our borders, to our national symbols, Mr. Speaker. It's important for the Conservatives to ask those participating in the illegal blockades to now go home.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, for too long, Conservatives have been calling on this government to remove the mandatory PCR test requirements for those entering Canada. In my riding of Niagara Falls, this policy has had a devastating impact on our economy. Visits from the U.S. are nowhere near the record levels reached in 2019, and these expensive costs put on our visitors and Canadians traveling prevent them from visiting their families and loved ones. My residents want to know this: when will all federal travel mandates be ended?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want
to thank my honourable colleague for giving me the opportunity to share with him and all members of this House and all Canadians the great announcement that myself and our colleagues made today. Today, based on the science and the public health advice we received, we eased our travel measure, including, Mr. Speaker, allowing incoming travellers to use an antigen test instead of the PCR test, pre-departure test. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Unlawful blockades at the borders across the country, including Windsor and Coutts, have been shown that the Liberals have not done the proper, serious work necessary to ensure that our borders are protected and the citizens that live nearby are safe. These illegal blockades have hurt every Canadian by hurting thousands of people from getting to work and supporting their families. We have long been calling for a safe border task force, reinstate cuts from the CBSA intelligence, and also to make sure that municipalities are reinstated for their costs. To the Prime Minister, will he finally listen to our calls to ensure that safe borders are going to happen, or he's going to continue to listen to extremists? The bridge might be open now, but the threat hasn't stopped. Will he act?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I share my honourable colleague's concern, and I can inform the House that I've been in routine contact with him as well as the municipal leaders in Windsor, including the Mayor of Windsor. And I've assured him and the government will continue to provide all of the resources that the community of Windsor needs to keep that bridge open. That means, yes, making sure that police have the assets that they need, be it tow trucks, be it barriers, be it whatever resources, so that we can keep the economy rolling, the bridge open, and get Canadians back to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And what about Alberta? You know, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the RCMP arrested 13 extremists blockading the border at Coutts. They seized guns, ammunition, and body armor, including assault weapons with thousands of rounds. This comes after convoy leaders raised millions from foreign donors with a stated goal to overthrow the government. And while I'm happy to see that the blockade appears to be ending in Alberta, the fact remains that we had an armed militia active in Alberta. This is unthinkable. Why did it take 18 days and proof of an armed threat to make the government act and protect Albertans and Canadians?
Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for that very important question, and I think it does reveal, and we agree, that what we have seen in Coutts, Alberta, and in a number of these blockades, illegal blockades across the country, is that the threat is not yet gone. And that's precisely why, Mr. Speaker, we've introduced through these measures of the Emergency Act that we introduced yesterday that will increase, for example, the financial scrutiny and consequences of these illegal acts, that will also make available equipment and authorities that our law enforcement officials need to maintain and restore public safety and to protect Canada's interests.
Well, member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, since the Government of Canada announced its ambitious plan for a $10 a day early learning and childcare system across the country, we have signed agreements with 9 provinces and 3 territories. Already in some provinces, families are seeing a reduction in their childcare fees, making life more affordable. But those in my riding of Davenport in downtown West Toronto are wondering, when is Ontario going to sign on? And when will they too be able to benefit from our national childcare program? Can the share any updates on the federal government's efforts to reach a childcare agreement with Ontario?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Davenport for that important question. We have now signed agreements with 12 provinces and territories across the country. That means that families from coast to coast to coast, except for in Ontario at this point in time, will have access to 50% reduction in fees by the end of this calendar year. Mr. Speaker, I remain very optimistic that we will sign an agreement with Ontario. There is a fair deal on the table, $10.2 billion that will go to helping families decrease the costs of childcare and make life more affordable.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Canadians are stressed. Paychecks don't buy what they used to. In fact, the cost of everything, gasoline, groceries, housing, is at all-time highs. Families are getting left behind. So last April, I wrote to the minister to warn her of exactly that. I highlighted the dangers of uncontrolled borrowing and how excessive stimulus spending would stoke inflationary pressures. She either doesn't care or didn't read my letter. So to the minister, what specifically is she doing to get inflation under control?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue, actually in all aspects of Canadian life, to put forward a false narrative. And the latest false narrative we've just been hearing today is about the economy. The reality is that the Canadian economy is recovering strongly from the COVID recession. In the third quarter, our GDP grew by 5.4%. That is higher than the US, Japan, the UK, and Australia. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? When it comes to our debt to GDP ratio, our AAA credit rating was reaffirmed in the fall by S&P and Moody's.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, we will never get inflation under control as long as that minister keeps borrowing and spending like there's no tomorrow. Not only did the minister ignore our concerns, she also ignored the warnings of the parliamentary budget officer, who questioned the wisdom of her stimulus spending, pumping more money into the economy when the cost of living is skyrocketing. This minister is making this crisis worse. This problem is not transitory. Month by month, the inflation numbers are going up. When will the minister finally do something to protect Canadians against the skyrocketing cost of living?
Right to the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the real question is, when will the Conservatives stick with a policy or stick with a leader? Because I was on the campaign trail in the summer, and so were the members opposite, and they actually campaigned on proposed government spending higher than our own proposal. We proposed a deficit for 21-22 of $156.9 billion. They campaigned on a proposed deficit of $168 billion. So I wonder if the party of flip-flops can tell Canadians where they stand today.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The excise escalator tax increase will crush wineries, breweries, cideries, and distilleries' bottom line. The excise escalator tax is automatic. And here's the kicker. It's based on the CPI index, meaning because inflation is so high, the tax will be even higher than ever before starting April 1st. This tax is based on inflation. It's taxing inflation, which will make inflation go up even more on these important value-added agricultural products. So will the Liberals commit to cancel this inflationary excise tax increase?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it is a bit rich of the Conservatives to be talking about supporting small businesses of any kind in this country. After all, Mr. Speaker, this is the party which, when we, before Christmas, proposed absolutely essential support for small business to help them get through Omicron, what did the Conservatives do at that crucial moment? They voted against our measures. So really, Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons about supporting business from them.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't an answer to my question at all. When Canadian winery, brewery, cidery, and distillery workers wake up and owners on April 1st, they'll be hit with this automatic tax increase on excise thanks to the Liberals. 95% of these producers are small businesses who have already been hit with payroll tax increases, labor shortages, increases in debt, and slower sales due to perpetual lockdowns. Now is not the time to be increasing any taxes on small businesses. So will the Liberals cancel this bad April Fool's Day tax increase?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what hurts Canadian small businesses. What hurts Canadian small businesses is when, solely for the sake of partisan posturing, people who were elected to this House to support the small businesses in their communities oppose the small business support that small businesses themselves are calling for. And you know what else has hurt Canadian businesses, small ones and big ones too? The blockade of the Ambassador Bridge. Exactly. And members on that side of the House were giving succor and encouragement to those blockades. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mont.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, today, February 15th, is Flag Day. Canada is celebrating the maple leaf flag.
And indeed, it's being celebrated. We are seeing more Canadian flags than ever in the streets of downtown Ottawa. In fact, it's even being flown in demonstrations in the States, France, and New Zealand. The Canadian flag has literally become the international symbol of movements that in some cases have gone so far as to aim to overturn democratically elected governments. Does the Prime Minister of Canada realize? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for underscoring that today is Flag Day, a flag that brings us all together, Mr. Speaker, especially proud government members from Quebec who are proud Canadians, and there are also proud Quebec Canadians on the other side. In any case, I'd like to thank our colleague for having raised this so that we can all together celebrate Flag Day. The Honourable Member from Montarville, Mr. Speaker, this government's milquetoast reaction thus far means that not only are we an international laughingstock, but also a global incitement to disorder. Yesterday, the Prime Minister was asked about the effect of this crisis on Canada's international reputation, and he replied that the turning point was the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge. But the real turning point was when occupiers besieged his country's capital without his doing the slightest thing about it. For 19 days, he's been letting the occupiers run rampant around Ottawa, and now he's announced that he's taking the nuclear option, the Emergencies Act. How is it even possible to be all out of ideas when you haven't tried a thing? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, since we're still talking about our flag, I think it's very important to say what it ultimately symbolizes around the globe. Pride, not only for us as Canadians, but the role our country has played throughout history in conflict resolution, international aid, development. All Canadians, including Quebecers, are very proud of our flag. And once again, I'd like to thank our colleague for having reminded us that it's very important to celebrate our flag.
Number 4, Bay of Quinte.
Looking for hope, have been looking for a Prime Minister to listen to their concerns and listen to their needs as the rest of the world opened up. Instead, they heard from a Prime Minister with an escalating tone that left them feeling traumatized, stigmatized, and divided. Even today, he's calling out and blaming other parties who have been listening instead of pitting Canadian versus Canadian and showing real leadership. Yep. Why do Canadians have to pay with their freedoms to cover up for this government's failed leadership?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have different definitions of division. To me, when critical infrastructure is being blocked, when illegal protesters are outside, when we see swastikas and Confederate flags going out and taking photographs and giving coffee, I don't think that's healthy for the country, Mr. Speaker. Instead, what I think would be healthy is to say to those that would seek to divide us, those that would seek to exploit our differences, to say those kinds of radical views do not have a place in this country. It's time to go home. It's time to end this illegal activity, and it's time to come together as a country.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Minipoa.
Mr. Speaker, I sent out a survey last month asking my constituents what was their biggest concerns. The cost of living was the #1 issue. One of my constituents, named Rick, wrote to me and stated, "The food prices are out of my pay range." Mr. Speaker, inflation is at record highs due to this Liberal government spending. So what does the Prime Minister have to say to Rick, who can't afford to put food on his table?
Good question. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Speaker, our government absolutely understands that affordability matters for Canadian families, and that's why we are there for them. We lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We created the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation, and now a single mother with 2 children can receive up to $13,600 from the CCB. The Climate Action Incentive gives the average family in Alberta $981, in Saskatchewan $961, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of COVID, all the parties came together to support relief programs for Canadians and businesses. Now the economy is opening up, but the government's money printing press is still humming. Experts are now warning this government what members of this side of the House have been warning for some time, that this government's future spending plan will lead to more inflation. Mr. Speaker, let's give the minister one last chance. When will this government rein in its out-of-control spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out a moment ago, it is actually the members opposite, the members of the party of flip-flops, who campaigned on a platform which proposed higher spending in this fiscal year than we proposed. So let's remind Canadians of that. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting small business, it was this party, contrary to what the member just asserted, that opposed the essential support small businesses needed that we proposed before Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Monsieur le Président, les parents de ma circonscription.
Mr. Speaker, parents in my riding understand that putting their kids in French immersion programs enriches them culturally and gives them an advantage later in life. However, due to a shortage of teachers and long wait lists, it can often be difficult to register for French immersion. Can the Minister of Official Languages tell the House how our government will give more children the chance to learn French? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and friend for Vancouver Granville for this excellent question. Our government understands that offering children more French language learning opportunities today means more bilingual Canadians in future. In Budget 2021, we invested in eliminating wait lists. And we will work with our partners to keep improving access to French immersion and French as a second language programs throughout the country. We will always be there to help communities, Mr. Speaker.
For South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Today, more fishermen have been lost at sea, and our hearts go out to them. Captains know the risk of sinking while fishing. What Adam Newell wasn't counting on was losing his vessel while tied up at a DFO wharf. Adam saw his vessel smash into the rocks, tied to that wharf. DFO wharfs are falling into the ocean. Adam would not have lost his vessel if the government had not ignored 4 Fishery Committee reports of this House. Sure. When will the government act so more vessels are not lost tied up at the wharf? Without wharfs, we can't fish.
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Fisheries.
Speaker. %90 of Canadian seafood goes through small craft harbours, and Canada's fish harvesters depend on these facilities to support their livelihoods. And so that's why in Budget 2021, we allocated $300 million to repair and replace these wharves over the next 2 years. We're working to make sure that communities have the harbours that they need and that they're in good repair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Liselay, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Filbaco family, made up of 3 future citizens from my riding, has been waiting for their permanent residency cards for months. Other applicants' files are being moved ahead of them in the line, and they've had to endure never-ending delays of over 180 days. This means that they can't renew their Quebec health insurance cards, even though they work and pay taxes there. Does the government find this acceptable, first of all? And secondly, what will it do to fix this situation? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for that question. Well, I'd like to mention some of the progress already made. We have gone back to a period of 12 months for spousal sponsoring applications. We have also processed 500,000 new requests, which is a great increase. It's quite clear that COVID-related closures around the world have had an impact, but we are continuing to modernize the system to make it more resilient and in order to be able to support our objective of welcoming more residents.
Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday I asked this government if it was their intent to place public health policy in direct conflict with immigration legislation. Once their working permits expire after February 28th, some guest workers are trapped in Canada without status, separated from their family, separated from work. The Minister of Immigration's response made it clear that this government had no apparent idea of this policy conflict. When will this Liberal government treat innocent people fairly, humanely, and respect them and fix this Liberal fiasco?
That's right. The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and as always, our commitment in modernizing our immigration system is relevant. I was very happy to see that our government invested $85 million in improving our immigration system. And Mr. Speaker, we are more than happy to say to you, as we talk about some of the success of 2021, that we welcome more than 405,000 new permanent residents last year. We are welcoming more skilled workers and international students. You know, Mr. Speaker, we need to do better, and we're continuing to do.
Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, the Gladue principles in part recognize that there's overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system, and that there are complex issues based on systemic discrimination which should be considered in sentencing. They now have been used in the courts and sentencing for quite some time. However, in the final report of the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls...
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Un appel au règlement.
Yes, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Magny-Quagan. Thank you very much. The interpreter is just raising that the sound is of poor quality and does not permit interpretation.
This is something that comes up often, and I understand there has been some accommodation made. I'm going to have to talk with our technical folks so that we can make it so that the Honourable Member... I'm going to ask the Honourable... Excuse me. You can interrupt each other, but when you interrupt the Speaker, you don't want to get him upset. The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories, does he have a headset there that he can use? I'll come back to him for a question, just for the microphone. I understand there's some problems with the hearing, but with the microphone, that would be the only way to get the interpretation. Otherwise, we're going to miss half the question, and that's not really good for anyone, not for the member, nor for those here. I'm sorry, but we're not getting interpretation on that microphone. It's a technical issue. What I'll do is I'll go to the next question, and maybe we'll see if we can get that resolved for the next one. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Major General Fraser said Canada pulled out of Afghanistan way too early, and 10,000 Afghan interpreters and their families have been left behind. He also said the Liberals failed to provide a whole-of-government plan to help resettle them. While our allies are on the ground helping Afghans get to safety, this government is sending emails telling Afghans to somehow get to a third country on their own. As the situation gets worse, this government still hasn't provided exemptions so NGOs can get aid to starving children. When will the Liberals act with the urgency that the situation demands to help bring Afghans to safety?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada remains firm in its commitment to welcome 40,000 Afghan refugees in Canada. We are sparing no efforts to resettle Afghan refugees as quickly as we can. And I am happy to report that more than 7,500 Afghan refugees have begun their new lives here in Canada overcoming extreme challenges. And we are welcoming new arrival every week. We will continue to do everything we can to show leadership in the face of the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan.
Well, member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, when it comes to assessing the Prime Minister's credibility on the climate crisis, the truth is found in the lobbying registry. Because over the last 2 years, his government rolled out the red carpet for big oil with over 370 meetings. No wonder big oil isn't sweating his promise of a tough emissions cap. In fact, they told our committee they plan to vastly increase production, and that position is backed by the energy regulator. So, to the Environment Minister, what kind of credible cap is there that includes massive increases in oil exports?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I've asked him that before, and he still hasn't answered, but I would like him to show me a country in the world that has done more in the last 4 or 5 years than we have to fight climate change. More than 100 measures, $100 billion of investment, regulations on methane, clean fuel standards, electricity. These are all things we're doing, and we have so much more to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Longueuil, Charles Lemoine.
Mr. Speaker, the Gladue principles in part recognize that there is an overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system, and that here are complex issues based on systemic discrimination which should be considered in sentencing. They now have to be used in courts and sentencing for quite some time. However, in the final report of the National Inquiry of Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, many participants expressed concerns about over-lenient sentences in cases of violence against Indigenous women and girls. Does the Minister of Justice have an answer to those worried about the Gladue principles negatively impacting the safety and justice for Indigenous women and girls?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the Honourable Member for asking that question in the stead of the Honourable Member from the Northwest Territories, and I thank him for his leadership and his wisdom, Mr. Speaker. The Gladue principles, just like the revitalization of Indigenous justice systems, calls to action from the TRC, the implementation plan for the MMIWG, are concrete steps towards making our justice system fairer. But we understand, Mr. Speaker, there are still systemic issues in our criminal justice system that we need to address. It's impossible to undo centuries of colonialism in only a few short years. Mr. Speaker, far too many women and girls endure serious injustice, including discrimination and disproportionately high rates of violence. We're going to work on this with Indigenous leadership, Mr. Speaker, to get...
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui. Rising on a point of order, I believe the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Arising out of question period, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table the 4 House of Commons Fishery Committee reports that this Liberal government has not responded to on small craft harbors.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have it being 3:16 p.m. pursuant to order made on Monday, February 14th, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-10. Call in the members.